Whisper, 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 whisper. Had to. Sorry, I know I'm not exactly the most mature at times. So you gotta do the whisper, 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 whisper. Welcome one, welcome all. My name is Abalab. I am a retro slash variety streamer, and today we are resuming our playthrough of Silent Hill 2 Remake Eddie Run. So I am actually like super creeped out, guys. And I say that I'm super creeped out because of the fact that my VOD did not save from yesterday at all. Normally, I wouldn't even consider doing like a side record or what have you. Have an OBS auto record when we go live because usually Twitch has been super smooth about making sure that the VOD is immediately available or relatively immediately available. Even if it's a longer stream, I can almost always count on the VOD showing up probably like an hour or two after stream ends. But yesterday we did, I think, 9 hours roughly of our Eddie run through, and none of it saved. So on the one hand, I'm disappointed. On the other hand, I'm legit terrified and creeped out that wait, hold on, this this VOD totally Silent Hilled itself. Like it's not there, man. It's not there. I can see the stream summary. I can see the stream stats. But the VOD is just non-existent. So I'm like, oh man. On the one hand, I kind of feel like going back and redoing that portion of the run. But on the other hand, I'm terrified enough that I don't know that I really want to do that. It's kind of a mixed bag because if we go back and we redo this playthrough, um, it could be a little smoother since we kind of know what to expect. But at the same time, we don't have that same visceral reaction of a first playthrough as we would have. Um, Granted, I already know it would still be terrifying for me because, uh, like no matter how much we were trying to get used to the no flashlight, no radio rule, even after we died a few times, it was still absolutely terrifying to watch. From my perspective, and absolutely terrifying to navigate through parts of different maps. Like even having played through the game once and having a general idea of what to expect from these enemies and enemy locations, item locations, and what have you. Like I don't have a perfect memory of it, or even like a an idea of where like three-quarters of the items are, or even half the items are. But I've got a general awareness of okay, this is where I need to find X, Y, and Z puzzle piece, or there may be some ammunition stored away here, or a healing item, or something of sorts. Um, Even with that foreknowledge, I still felt terrified, and I don't know that I can do that again just yet. Like, like I'm really, really looking forward to being able to use our firearms again. And we're close. We saved, I think, at Barney Lee's in the darkened world of Silent Hill. So it's not the foggy Silent Hill. It's not the other worldy Silent Hill per se. It's more of a cross between the two, where it's um, the nighttime half Silent Hill, half Otherworld Silent Hill. We just escaped the Otherworld hospital, and we're on the way over to the Historical Society. So we're close to where we can start using our weapons again, our ranged weapons again. But I don't know. I don't know. I think we probably should finish this playthrough and then go back and retry the Eddie run with a different ending. Um, so yeah, actually, that sounds like a good idea. That sounds like a great compromise. Um, we're probably gonna go ahead and do it that way. Now, I do have to mention out of abundance of caution that some parts of this run are going to be very dark, literally, and maybe not the best and most fun to watch. And I apologize for that. Anytime that it's a no flashlight type run, there's going to be stretches where I can't see much of anything, let alone you guys. And I've got gamma turned up quite a bit. So in some respects, I guess I'm happy that we didn't have the VOD saved, because then it'll make us go back and redo this run um, with the intentional settings for this game. So we're gonna go ahead and switch over to our game, and we're gonna unmute it and what have you. So let's go ahead and do that right now. Hopefully, you guys will find that that things have been set a little bit better as far as um, as far as balancing of the different audio components, whether it's the microphone, whether it's the background music, whether it's the sound alerts. I went back and I had to kind of finagle the sound alert commands and everything. Well, not really the commands, but like the settings and everything. I still can't hear them on my headset. I have no idea why, but when I made a recording of like a test recording of the different sounds, I could hear the sound alerts clear as day whenever I would activate them. So yeah, your guess is as good as mine is. That being said, let's go ahead and switch over as well to our controller and see how far we can get. So, just for those who are joining today, this is our Silent Hill 2 Remake Eddie run. This is a New Game Plus run with certain restrictions in place. First and foremost, no radio allowed. Second, no flashlight allowed. Third, melee weapons only until we reach a certain cutscene. That's going to be coming up fairly soon for us. We are in Barneely, in the Otherworld Silent Hill, or the nighttime version, I should say, not necessarily the Otherworld, because it's let's be honest, like this is not as dilapidated as it should be for the Otherworld. This is kind of a mix of the two. Okay, we go through here. Interestingly enough, we're not vaulting over this wall. We're just going straight through this room instead. So here's the other thing that's going to be kind of halfway interesting and half rough about things. We are not. Oh, I totally got caught off guard by that. Like I heard it skittering around. I just didn't expect for it to be like right there. So we're allowed to use our ranged weapons after a certain cutscene in this game, but we're not going to be allowed to use our flashlight. We're going to leave that box of ammo sitting right there. I don't need it. Yeah, I saw a nurse over here, I think. So we have to go this direction. But I really want to see if we can get more. Oh, yeah, no, can't get any more closer to those vehicles. I was gonna say we do want to try to get more healing items because right now our situation is looking pretty dire. And by our situation is looking pretty dire, I mean it's looking really, really dire. Looking at our inventory, all we've got so far is 36 shotgun shells, 416 handgun ammo because you know we're just not using any of our ammo. We've only got 4 syringes, 2 health drinks though. By this point in the game, like a regular playthrough, I would have maybe like 20 healing items by this point because of the use of our handguns to stun the nurses, stun different enemies, keep them from being able to even try to hit James. But my melee skills are not all that great. I'll admit it. My melee skills kind of suck. Okay. Now, good news is healing drinks right here. Bad news is I hear a nurse. Oh, And here comes that nurse. I think that brought us up to like 200% health. I hope it brought us up to 200% health. And it sounds like there's another nurse here. Where are we? Oh yeah. Oh, we're inside the laundry. That's what's going on there. You stay in there. Okay, good. Good.
Hello? Anyone there?
Or perhaps you are a fool. The truth usually betrays people. You should know this. The key is in the park, at the feet of the praying woman. The wrench will open the gate. The key will let loose the abyss. Okay. Now, I do like the fact that you actually have to get the wrench in order to progress in this remake. Because I remember in the original, you could make it all the way to Rosewater Park and not have the wrench with you at all. Like you have to go to a certain neighborhood, I think, in order to be able to find the letter and the wrench on somebody's doorstep, like their porch. And I don't know what the significance is, like if it was a doctor's residence from Brookhaven. But I remember you get the letter, you get the wrench, and then you have to head over to Rosewater Park, open up the box at the foot of the statue. Here, in order to get to the statue, you already have to have the wrench in your possession, because there's a door that's got a bolt secured across it. Okay. I don't think we can go into this room. Okay, we can't. That gentle sway of the wind in this is actually adding a little bit of terror. It's probably a good thing, maybe a good thing, that I don't have a heart rate monitor on, let alone one that I can integrate with Twitch, because I'm pretty sure y'all would be just like, wait, you feeling okay? Like, you about ready to stroke out, bro? It's not even like it's super scary or anything. It's just that vulnerability, that feeling that James can get seriously messed up. And honestly, that's a major reason why this run for me is as terrifying as it is. The last time I felt this vulnerable playing this game was the very first time I picked it up. You know, when you've got the flashlight radio turned on, and it's just that first exposure to this entire town, its settings and everything. Um, it was genuinely like, okay, I have no idea what to expect. Anything could be around that next corner. Um, and that is still very much true. Anything could be around the next corner. You never really know if you're going to get ambushed by some enemies, nurses, mannequin legs, creepy crawlies. Like they're everywhere. Um, but in this particular case, not being able to confidently see what's hiding in the dark, I think that's adding to the ambush factor for me. Same thing with not being able to scavenge the stuff that's in the dark. That would be very helpful, like extra ammunition or having health items hidden away. Okay. In that respect, I kind of wish that we had the VOD from yesterday. Like, okay, let's be honest. I do wish that we had the VOD period from yesterday. Um, just so I can kind of go back and review some of the audio settings from that game, that playthrough, plus the lighting settings from that playthrough, but also for being able to make clips of different pieces where I'm looking like, yeah, this is about a part where where I was about ready to just draw the controller and make a beeline for it. You could barely see the outline, but this is that tunnel that connects from the street underneath the church and over to Rosewater. Um, that piece of real estate over on Munson Street, that's where we emerged last time in coming out of the apartments. So we're going to be coming out through a side door into the tunnel that feeds into Rosewater. But first, we got to get past two enemies that can severely mess us up. Because there ain't no way to melee them. Okay, for a second there, I was really confused. Like, wait a minute, I thought that the door was straight ahead. I'm glad I turned to the left like that. Okay, there we are. And I was also kind of terrified a little bit there because I'm like, wait, if we're stuck on a wall and we're still standing on the grating, those enemies, they're already very powerful as it is. Between being able to stun you using the that yell, it's pretty powerful. Um, like I think you're stunned for 3 seconds. It seems like 2 to 3 seconds, and it's enough time for them to lash out at you with their tongue, cause you some damage that way. Okay, so good news is this area is a lot more quote unquote tame compared to the rest of what we just ran through, that gauntlet of enemies that we had run through. Bad news is that there's no additional items for us to pick up. Anything that we already picked up once we left the apartments and on the way to the hospital, it's already gone. Like it doesn't regenerate. So we've already picked up as much items as we could. Now it's a matter of getting to the historical society. But before we get to the historical society, we run into a familiar face.
Hey. Are you... Are you feeling better?
This place is different from what I remember. I guess things never really stay the same, do they?
I guess not.
I don't think she's here anymore, James.
Sorry, y'all. Had to break out my can of caffeine.
Who?
My mama? She doesn't want to see me anymore.
Why would you think that? Anyway, I'm happy to see you.
Happy to see me?
Alive, I mean.
Oh. Yeah. I better get going.
You still don't want me to go with you? If we stick together, we might just make it out of here.
Out of where?
This town. Silent Hill.
No, it's fine.
Okay. Oh, you didn't happen to see the little girl around here, did you?
A little girl?
Yeah, Angela? Are you all right? Angela?
No. Please. You shouldn't be here.
Scott!
Angela, it's okay.
Welcome in. How you doing today? Morning. Top of the morning to you. How you doing? How's your weekend been? Okay, you know, the more that I play this game, the more that I get a little bit more from it. You just woke up. You're heading out to a show, local. This time, thankfully, nice, very nice. So, what I gather, and I'm just putting this together. And I know that I probably should have put this together a long time ago. What I gather is that at least in the remake, Angela's from Silent Hill. Maybe she's been here most of her childhood, and she's left and come back. Um, we know from the original that, and also from our earlier playthroughs, that Angela killed her dad and her brother, more or less out of revenge in some respect, some very good respect. in self-defense because of how both of them were treating her. So it makes sense that when we're in the beginning of this game, we're walking through the cemetery, we would run across Angela because she's looking for her brother, she's looking for her dad's tombstones, and for whatever reason, they're not buried at that cemetery. Um, and it's kind of strange that if Angela's not from this town, um, or at least that her dad and her brother aren't from this town, that she would be looking for their graves in the cemetery. Um, and she seems to kind of know her way around this place. We ran into her in the apartment complex, and it seems like this is where Angela grew up. That she's looking for her mom here. On the one hand, it's kind of a did my mom return to this place after the two other relatives were killed, and what is she planning on doing with her mom, or is she just trying to see if her mom is somehow or other still in this town, just a different part of the town, and kind of hiding away from Angela. Um, when Angela's kind of looking over and saying, "Hey, I don't think that my mom is here, and I don't think that Mary's here." I think that she's starting to kind of put together that, oh, wait, they may not be in Silent Hill, but they may be physically um in this world, like the regular world of Silent Hill, just not in this version. So she killed them, then wants to find their graves, to piss on their grave. Uh, yeah, actually, kinda, Sky. I think for her, it's kind of that closure of, they're dead, they're really dead. These are my tormentors, and it wouldn't surprise me if Angela looks over and, on the one hand, gets relief from finding her dad and her brother dead, and at the same time just being like, okay, I'm gonna pee all over their graves and um, maybe gloat about being alive when they're gone, uh, just out of that hatred of what they did to her. So we've got the key here to the historical society. Interestingly enough, it's kind of flower shaped, and so I wonder if there's a little bit of a connection between this and the coin that we had found in the apartment complex. Because on the other side of the flower was the snake, and well, you'll see what's severely wrong with this historical society. Um, let's read this note as well. My patient buried it here. I knew, but I did nothing. Maybe uneasy to have this key near. Wasn't looking for the truth. I was looking for tranquility. I also saw that thing. I fled, but the old society was sealed. No one dares to approach that place. Now, now I offer you the key. You still don't wish to stop, James. I pray to the Lord to have mercy on your eternal soul. I almost wonder if this was actually the director's note, and that the director had tried to go to the historical society and couldn't look into the abyss, couldn't look inward, which would kind of fit in with some of the notes that we had seen. I still think that the director had that kind of really super obsessive, compulsive fascination about trying to cure James and the other patients. And it is entirely possible that James had been a patient at Brookhaven after Mary's passing. So there is some credence to this idea that this fan theory that James is actually a towns member of Silent Hill, and it just gets more complicated with his relationship between the town and just the way that he and Mary have this connection with this place. It would put a different twist, an interesting twist on the idea of Mary saying, "Hey, you said and you promised you'd take me back to Silent Hill, but you never did." And in that sense, it wouldn't be, "Hey, you promised me that we would go back to this town," so much as you promised me that we would have this life in normalcy, that things would be okay. That's the one thing that's also extremely fun with this game, and I know I've said this maybe like a million plus one times, but I'll never get over it, is just the fact that the Silent Hill franchise as a whole, let alone the individual entries, it's intentionally vague, and it's left to the interpretation of the player and the viewer, as to what's really going on with Silent Hill, the undertones and the little details. You see pieces of evidence along the way that could support many different types of theories about what's really going on with this town and what's really going on with James and his experience, or from the first game, Harry and his experience with Silent Hill. There's no right answer for just about anything because of how much everything is just so symbolic. If you try to even take things at face value, it doesn't make any sense. Like, obviously, it doesn't make any sense because none of this fits in with the rules of physics. It seems like a interesting story that leaves people wanting to learn more. Yeah, that's the impression that I get. It's got a little bit more allure to it because of the fact that a lot of the story is buried in subtlety. Like, it doesn't give up its secrets very easily, but it's a great mystery, at least in my view. The Lady of the Lights. The unveiling of one of two statues commemorating the local folktale. One inside the Rose Garden. I forget where the other one was. Wait, no. One in the Rosewater Park, along the path to the west exit, if I'm not mistaken, and one inside the Rose Garden next to the theater. The Little Baroness made a voyage in 1916. Now, there are some advantages, some very serious advantages of playing this no flashlight. And mainly its items tend to be tend to stand out a lot more, like they're glowing. If you find a box of ammo, it's very easy to spot versus having your flashlight on and everything just kind of lights up to that same level of saturation that you can miss an item.
It's him.
Misty Day, the remains of the Judgment. Pyramid Head with his frickin' spear. It still is very interesting to me that even Pyramid Head switches back and forth between weapons, whether he's got the great knife or whether he's got the spear. Waterfront landscape. Alan Smith, date of birth, death unknown. Depiction of the local area. Style indicates it was done sometime around the 1820s when the region was far less populated and with sparse infrastructure. In the 1820s is also when Toluca Prison was, I think, still in development. It went from a prison camp to a full-fledged prison. They have a picture of the historical society members, but they don't show exactly who is part of that group. Among the local legends is that of the Lady Delight. The story tells of a woman who was accused and found guilty of witchcraft. As punishment, she was taken to a small island out on the lake, a minuscule stretch of rocky soil devoid of any food, any shelter. There, she was to suffer a slow, excruciating death as her body succumbed to cold and hunger, especially in this setting, considering the town of Silent Hill is located in the state of Maine, the U.S. So, depending on what time of year we're talking about, absolutely excruciating. However, unbeknownst to the rest of the townsfolk, there was a young man among them who, having gazed into the woman's eyes, as bright and beautiful as a midsummer's moon, had vowed undying love for her. When she was convicted, wrongly as he believed, he swore he would not let her suffer such a cruel fate. While waiting for an opportunity to abscond with his beloved, every night he would sneak out, row across the lake, bringing her food and something to keep her warm. And every night the woman would stand there on the shore holding a lit candle to help him find his way. But then, one night, when the sky was exceptionally clear, devoid of even a wisp of cloud, the young man set out on his nightly escapade. As always, he would look out into the distance, looking for the light in the darkness that would lead him to his beloved. But on that night, the moon shone so bright and so vibrant, it was stronger than any candle could. Seeing the light's reflection in the water, the young man was led astray. He rowed and rowed and rowed, following this reflected light, hoping against hope he could reach it. He didn't care for his aching arms, he didn't care for his shortness of breath, and was utterly mesmerized by the illusory light. When his boat tipped over, the man was so exhausted from rowing, so weakened were his arms, he wasn't able to swim to shore, and so he succumbed to a watery grave. Although left alone, the woman on the island never lost hope. She kept coming out at night and kept lighting the candle. Legend says that those looking for true love can still see her on the lake, shining her light, shining to bring her beloved home. It's interesting that we hear this tale being told to James twice. This this reading, in particular, this book that says that this fellow had tried to cross the lake on a clear night and was led astray by a false light, false hope, and so kept chasing after this moonlight, and never was able to get to the island where his love was. Maria recounts the same story to James, but instead of it being a clear night, it's a storm that's keeping this fellow from being able to get to the island. The storm is so bad that it causes the candle to go out, and instead of turning around and heading back for shore, the young man continues to row, hoping that he'll get to the island where his beloved is, and he'll reach safety and be able to be with her. But unfortunately, it sounds like he tires out on the lake, and eventually the storm rages so hard that it capsizes his boat, or swallows up his boat, and the guy passes. It's interesting because it somewhat points as well to some of the endings that you can obtain in this game. Oh, okay. It was already a creepy picture when you could see it with your flashlight. Creepier that you can't see the director's full face in this with the flashlight off. And let's go ahead and activate the flashlight just so you can see this. Like, dude's got this halfway menacing look on his face and everything. And the goatee longer hair doesn't help out. Looking at this, all you see are these huge chasms where the eyes should be. But seriously, the director of the hospital seems off. And not in a good way in the least bit. Brookhaven Hospital, 1880. The hospital was built in response to a great plague that followed a wave of immigration to the area. Originally, it was little more than a shack, but it's since expanded into a fully fledged medical establishment. And by medical establishment, we really mean it's a psychiatric hospital. And then, of course, we got the Wiltsey coal mine, established around 1850 and remained operational until the early 1900s. It ended up playing a key role in revitalizing the town of Silent Hill. And it's also, I suppose, in the site of a great tragedy, considering that you've got the this psychical society that had tried to explore the area and to explore the coal mine itself, only to find that they ended up getting stonewalled by the locals. But they had reported there was some pretty heavy activity in the area. Could be like an imprinting of all the souls that died there. Here we take that deep dive into this abyss. And for as much as we're running down this long hallway, or long staircase really, and diving deeper and deeper, we haven't hit rock bottom yet. Is we are going to be taking a lot of leaps of faith. And I mean that literally. September 11th, 1820. And you got a prisoner number assigned. Almost connected. This game seems so complicated. It's probably because you've never played before. I can only partially agree with that, Scott. I think that it's a complicated game in general because of everything that gets baked into its development. I think for those of us who have played before as well, it's still very complicated. But I also will say that for anyone who hasn't played the franchise before, it really is a bundle of a mess because of how much you end up losing as far as lore goes. I will say in a very condensed way that Silent Hill has so much to it as it is because of the fact that this is also the site of cult activity. The first game serves as that premise where you end up finding out while playing as Harry Mason that there's an active cult in the town that more or less has ties to why there are two versions of this town in existence. There's a mirror world that's foggy and devoid of any real life, and then there's a nightmarish version of that same world, very old, very decrepit, and extremely unforgiving, cold, and menacing. And it's all brought around by this cult, more or less creating a bubble universe in our reality, in our universe. Unfortunately, it doesn't seem like there's a way to close that off, and the town has an ability to kind of call people and put them through trials to kind of look inward and look at their demons and confront them. With James in particular, I feel bad because in some respects it's James's own guilt that's holding him hostage over kind of his situation with Mary, Mary getting sick with this unknown disease, and having a standoffish relationship with James. James being in his 20s, along with Mary, kind of having that struggle between remaining loyal to Mary and wanting to live his own life. That is more of a dynamic, that social dynamic. But it gets way more complicated in the context of the actual game itself. Like the actual, the town doing things and manifesting things. But I will say that it's a fun franchise to explore. Very, very, very much more psychologically complicated and tense than your typical survival horror. Crimson White Banquet for the Gods. So here we've got more cultish undertones, and the way that the red hood is placed on this person's head looks a lot like Pyramid Head. This is actually kind of disturbing. You got death by skewering, an execution at the prison, death by skewering or by strangling to choose their fate, or to choose their death. Not their fate, but their death is the prisoner's last taste of freedom. So friggin' morbid thinking about that, but also kind of true. And we've got built in 1862. The camp was used to house prisoners during the American Civil War, converted into Toluca Prison in 1866. Now, I gotta say, that's actually really disturbing, because that built in 1862, the Toluca Prison Camp, that conflicts with this other document. So 1862, right? 1820. You're prisoner number C221. 40 years before the formal establishment of this prison camp, and then another few decades until the formation of the actual prison itself. It makes you somewhat wonder if the cult itself kind of ran its own little prison. Yeah, 1862, and then 4 years later became the prison itself. So 40 years before it was formalized, they were running a prison camp here, and whether that was purely by the cults or something a lot less menacing and a lot more innocent, we're just not sure. Okay, here we go. First leap of faith. Kind of funny that this is the same pit that we have to jump into as was featured in the painting. Top side. Jumping into that pit of despair. And somehow or other you find yourself in a well. Let's jump into this hole. Sounds like a good idea. Yeah, it does, doesn't it? got a 1 in 3 chance of finding the wall. Like, there's a breakable wall down here. I'll have a doorway hidden behind it. Dynamite, problem solved. Yeah, actually. Can you use your kaboom kit? You know, 1,000%, I could agree to that. I think that if James had some semblance of explosives in this game, oh man, it would absolutely change up that dynamic of the player experience, and of anything being terrifying in this game. Okay, really? Oh, dude. Come on. And I know you can barely see it on the screen, but there's actually streams of water coming on down. Right about now, I'm using those as surrogate markers for being able to find like which segment of wall we should be breaking down. Oh, don't worry, Scott. Glad to see you here. Thank you so much for hanging out, even if it was for a short time. Man, I always appreciate you. Definitely enjoy, and stay safe, man. Aha, there we go. Thanks, Scott. You too. So, interestingly enough, in the OG, is that a doorway here? Okay, no, it isn't. In the OG, you actually end up in that same well. After you jump on down. But the game doesn't tell you that you can actually break open a wall. Like, it introduces the mechanic in that one particular spot, and it just doesn't tell you to swing your weapon and to break the wall down. You just have to try to interact with the wall and then kind of figure out, oh, just, you know, it's not even going to tell you. And you try to interact that that there's something you should be able to do. You just have to randomly just trial and error it. And after ads, thank you so much for being here, Mino. How are you doing today? How was lunch? Okay, we got this spiral door. In order to do this, though, we are going to need the spiral key. Okay, now you know it's James. Nice, Mino. Oh man. Okay, I don't see the keypad. Oh, where's the keypad? Oh, this is so bad. Aha, there we are. There's the keypad. Okay. Let's try 239. Cool. I was really hoping that keypad was going to be a little bit more lit up, so we could see it. You doing okay? You just had some homemade sashimi? Bro, look at you! Nice! So talented, Mino. So talented. Homemade sashimi sounds so freaking good, too. Oh my gosh. Well played. Very well played. So that's another thing that's kind of funny about this this game and the remake. When you get stuck in that room, so you walk into the room, you pick up the key, all the lights just all of a sudden go out on you. In the original version of the game, you have a set of flashlight batteries that you're supposed to have picked up in the hospital, and so when your flashlight turns off after picking up the spiral writing key, you could try to reactivate your flashlight only to find out that the batteries have died. So once you replace your batteries, though, you notice that you're in a room filled with bugs, and you take damage over time automatically. Like there's nothing to fight in the room. You just take damage for as long as you stay in there. And you see that there's this keypad off to the side of the store. You interact with it and notice that there are certain buttons that don't have any blood caked on them, and the game doesn't tell you, but you've got to figure out what the combo is using those 3 buttons, and it takes it from having like 1,000 well, actually not really 1,000, maybe 1,000 different numbers that you could test out, to just having to use those 3 buttons and finding the combo that works. It's another trial or error kind of a deal to kind of fit in with the trial and error of this prison. And here's the cutscene we've been waiting for. While this is playing, I'll be right back.
Ain't no big deal. Just put the gun to their head and
Eddie?
oh, hi James.
What happened here? Who was that?
I don't know. He just came at me.
Okay. So he attacked you. And you shot him.
Yeah. Yeah, that's right. He made me do it.
Okay, calm down, Eddie. Any idea why he would do that?
I don't know. He came out of nowhere. Tried sneaking up on me in the dark. I heard footsteps, so I turned back and he was right there.
And you could tell that he wanted to hurt you.
Well, yeah, I mean, the way he looked at me, I just had to do it.
He looked at you? I thought you said he came at you.
Yeah, I mean, hey, I could see it in his eyes.
His eyes.
He kept looking at me, making fun of me. I told him not to, but he didn't listen.
Eddie, you can't just kill someone because of the way they looked at you.
You should see your face, James. I was just joking. The guy was dead when I got here. I got you, didn't I? Well, anyway, I better get going.
Wait. You're gonna go out there alone?
Yeah.
Okay, so we see how unhinged Eddie's gotten. And we also see that Eddie has a pistol. So guess what we got now? Now we finally get to use our handgun. It's interesting, to me, at least, how we see that this person isn't James. Like, different hair color, different style of jacket and everything. Maybe similar in terms of build, but it doesn't appear to be, James. If you look at the painting, though, that's on the wall next to the tablet in the same room, you actually see, instead of this person here, this unknown person sitting at this table, you see someone who looks strikingly like James. Blonde hair, matching jacket. It's a bit of a brighter background, but it's almost as if you're looking from Eddie's perspective, and you're seeing, instead of the bully who Eddie had hurt, you see kind of this underlying question of whether or not Eddie sees you the same way. If Eddie sees James as a bully or someone who isn't to be trusted, someone who's kind of, laughing behind his back or what have you. It's also really disturbing that Eddie's saying, hey, I'm just joking. I didn't really hurt this guy. And he snuck up on me. Like, dude's legit sitting down. It's not like he's sprawled out on the floor after getting shot. Dude's literally sitting down. Also, sorry folks if I'm kind of sniffling a bit more. I do feel a little bit congested today. And I got a feeling that's just because it's still wet and raining outdoors. It's been raining probably about 3-4 days out of the week so far. And that's not a complaint in the least bit. I'm glad that it's actually raining because, well, we need it. I'm hoping that we have a decent winter, and if so, then it's going to help out with our wildfire season when it warms up again. But also, really nice to just know that the natural aquifers in the area are getting their water back, because that's what we depend on for our water supply here. They still haven't found him. Since he had the cabinet key, we should assume one of the prisoners got his hands on it. Get the spare from the visitor's checkpoint and secure the rifle before it falls into the wrong hands. Interesting that a prisoner would have access to this this lock, but fail to be able to get to the rifle before the guards. No, did not mean to go there. Where I really want to go is, aha, here we are. Got this nice little arch. This goes into the church. Well, I shouldn't say a church. It's not really a full church or what have you, but just an altar over here. Okay, wasn't expecting that second spray like that. The prisoners do not feel remorse. In fact, they do not feel themselves to be sinful at all. Even the simplest of them will try to shield themselves from the Lord's gaze with what little words they know, and so they dream blissfully, the sinners that they are. For no matter how foul and loathsome one's existence may be, human nature abides. And this is also a bit of a interesting observation from the priest, that the prisoners don't really think that they did anything wrong. When we take a look at James and his role in Mary's life after she had become diagnosed with whatever strange illness she ended up having, it does beg the question of, was James doing something that he shouldn't have been doing, like perhaps cheating on Mary, or being dismissive, or just being, I don't want to say loathsome towards her, but more or less ladening her with the burden of accusations that she's holding him back his life, and keeping him from living the life that he thinks that he deserves to live. Is that something that, you know, was a thing between them? Okay. Now, on the one hand, it's good that we have lights. On the other hand, not good that we have lights, because it's great to be able to see, but there's so little illumination in here, this could get pretty challenging pretty quick. And now we go running into the dark, hoping for the best. And we see the scales of justice. It's interesting that there's already a weight here. So the heaviest weight found inside of the chapel. The lightest weight already here in the yard. And we've got the serpents unlocked. I just can't remember where that might be. Oh, okay. So it's next to cell A6. Normally I wouldn't use these lights, because this place should be lit up enough. But without the flashlight, yeah, no, that's a no-go. That's why I haven't gone to go and check out the other cells down there, because there's just not enough time on those lights to be able to explore. Which means that we're missing out on, I think, like 2 or 3 boxes of ammo, and we're also missing out on like 1 or 2 health items, which I absolutely don't like. A reminder to all guards effective immediately, it's absolutely mandatory for everyone to familiarize themselves with the revised generator maintenance manual. We all remember what happened last time there was a spike, though I'm certain most of us would very much want to forget. We will not have another incident. Actually, you will have another incident. You're gonna have another incident because we're gonna make it happen. So we gotta get through here. Okay, really? Come on now, let me go. Let me go. Just let me run. Okay, I'm actually looking forward to setting off this generator, just so we can have the red lights activated. I'd love to be able to see where James is able to run towards. Having those enemies, especially the spider mannequin enemies, be able to hit us free reign like that? Nah, not okay. Not cool. There we go. I thought about using our flashlight for that, but then realized, wait, you just need to have all these in the up position, and that's very easy for us to manipulate. Just looking at the switches when they light up. Okay, so I'm gonna want for the sirens to blare. Does that let us actually see things? I still think that's interesting to see where the weights are and different types of weights. So you had the biggest weight in the chapel, the lightest weight in the yard, the medium weight in this execution chamber. Okay, so we're gonna run through here, make a slight right, get to you absolute jerk. You're still alive. You're gonna wish you weren't. Okay, so we need to get to cell E1. Ah, here we are. From here, we need to get to E10. Nope. Y'all can screw off. Does anyone want to try? Anyone want some of this? Yeah, I didn't think so. Execution reports. Prisoner, 23-year-old male. Method of execution is electrocution. No witnesses? Dude, really? Nobody showed up to witness this guy die? Like, not even their lawyer? That's messed up. Also, we really have no idea when exactly this prisoner was executed, so could be before, you know, that was actually a thing. Note to medical staff: during last night's execution, prisoner assumed to have been disabled simply stood up and approached the chair without any assistance. From now on, take utmost care when reviewing a prisoner's medical history. The guards need to be made aware how capable the prisoners are in order to avoid any incidents. Considering that the prisoners in this prison are these enemies, yeah, that's a heck of a thing to say. Okay, yeah, we need to stock up on as much much ammo as we can. Is that a doorway? Yeah, it's a doorway. Okay, so we got the armory key. Got some rifle rounds. Okay, we got the witness checkpoint here. So I need to turn to the left. Aha, here we are. And now we're back in the main prison. So let's go ahead and grab the rifle. And this is where things will start to get pretty tricky. Because once you set off that first door, we're gonna see more and more quote unquote inmates in this prison. You can almost think of it as, you know, every time you complete a portion of the puzzle, you're letting out more of the inmates. This was not in 60 Days In. Okay, so I have to remember that the easiest way to do this isn't to run forward and hit the far wall. It's to make this left corner and then run straight down. So we're going to activate this. Then we're going to activate this light. And we're going to want to keep doing that as much as is possible, because that's going to drive these mannequin spiders away from us. They're afraid of the light. And we most definitely are going to save scum at this point, because of how easy it is to get ambushed by those mannequin spiders and potentially either get completely wrecked or outright die from taking damage from them. And we're gonna, okay, perfect. You see, I'm like, I wonder how I can find this this statue in the middle of this yard, and just turn around, use what we have as far as landmarks go. I don't think that's gonna work. Wait, no. So let's take this, we'll go this ways, place it here, and we've got the bowl. Okay. So that's going to be out by the armory. See, that's what I mean. I mean, we're taking damage just entering this area. And we're in a stairwell. Okay. I was wondering what was going on. Oh, okay. Okay, we're up in C block. And if I'm not mistaken, we need to go to the right-hand side here and get to the guard room. Okay, there's been disruption reported with precautionary seizure of, or not seizure, but search of D5. Both the prisoners managed to escape their confinement. And if I'm mistaken, D5 is actually where we can find the Shiv key, which lets us access C4, C5. There's a tunnel. Well, not really a tunnel, but like a pipe room or other, like a machinery containment space for some pipes behind those cells that'll let us go to the toilets. Okay, there we go. We got the block D key. And we're just going to be doing a whole bunch of safety saves and convenience saves, just because of, I mean, you guys had seen it. Just trying to get through A block and B block to get to this this door was damaging enough. So we got to go past C6 over here. Did not mean to go inside the cell. Okay. We get that menacing note that tells us to go over to C5. Back out here. Do I really want to use this quote-unquote shortcut? Normally I'd say no, but it's the best path that I got. There we go. Y'all can chill. Y'all can chill, right? Okay, I am guessing I missed a key inside this guard room, perhaps? Because you're supposed to have the key to C4. want to activate this light. Wait, the shift key opens this up. Duh. Sorry, guys. Okay, and we got another note here saying that, hey, you know, we're going to be standing off against, Really? I didn't even know that there was an enemy in here. Jeez, that's brutal. Okay, better to heal up now. And there's a crawl space under here. This is gonna get difficult. Because we already know what's gonna happen here. Okay, thank goodness this actually has a decent length of time to it. Wanting to try to scavenge as much supplies as is possible before this light goes out. I know that this light will go out pretty quick. Okay, the other thing we're going to want to do is as soon as we grab that as soon as we grab the key that's in here, let's just do a dry run here. We can either go left or we can go right. I'm a fan of vaulting some of these walls, so we're gonna do it that way. So we grab the key from here, run right, follow along the wall, vault over. Vault over, gets to the end of the hallway here. Hang a right. And this is where things get really ambiguous. Is it supposed to be this? right next to that. Okay. Okay, this is gonna be tricky, but we can do it. I just have to remember that the exit is to the left of the lit toilet here. Reach your hand in there, James. Do it, bro. You've done it before. Okay. That's vault 1. Vault 2. Keep following that wall, James. Keep following that wall. You want to live. Crap, oh crap, oh crap. Okay, we got turned around. Following that wall, James. Keep following that wall. Okay, turn right. Okay, I'm sorry. I regret that. That sucked. I am so sorry, James. Okay, so I'm thinking probably the easier way then is to not do that fancy let me run around. But then again, okay, yeah, this is gonna be a little more difficult than I thought. Because you ran through here, you vaulted over. Try to follow this this pathway here. Get to right here. Okay. So let's do take 2 on this one. Because that does seem like the cleanest path. Well, as clean as you can get. I was gonna say, just turn around and run, but problem is there's a gate there. Okay, that's 1. Should be. Come on. There we go. It's 2. Oh, come on, shoot. Turn you on. There we go, there we go, there we go. Juke, juke, juke. Crawl, James. Crawl, crawl, crawl. Come on, man. We'll be getting hung up on here, man. Oh crap, oh crap, oh crap. Come on, man. Crawl, crawl.
No.
Oh, wait, wait, wait. Okay. Here's the guard room. Here's the guard room. Come on. Come on. We can make it. We can make it, dude. There we go. Holy smacks. We made it. Okay, now we just have to get over to C6D6. If possible. Okay. Okay, here we go. We are in business. Okay, run out, run right. I'm curious. Because usually you should be able to go right back into that crawl space. But I'm really wondering how much I was off. Like, I really should have just ran for the doorway out of there to be completely fair, looking at the after action on that. But usually you should be able to crawl through the crawl space, and that way they can't chase you anymore. But we completely missed it, the crawl space. Okay, the boar, I believe, is the warden's office on the right side. I also like how the more of these that we complete, the less and less afraid those enemies are about being out in the open. Okay, they talk about the incident at the infirmary. Oh, it's you. Now, where's your friend? Usually there's gonna be what you use. Okay, now that we can actually use our guns, it's gonna make it a little bit easier, at least to navigate. It may not be easier as far as like combat goes or what have you. Clearly not as bad as having to melee your way entire way through the game, but not as bad either. Okay, yeah, I do have to go through here. Like, we could actually pie these corners, give ourselves a little bit of a small measure of peace of mind that we didn't have before. Right now, I'm perfectly fine engaging these enemies with our handgun. In part because we want to save health, and in part because trying to engage these enemies at close range without being able to see exactly what kind of enemies they are, this one could have vomited all over us and we'd be worse for wear for it. To save a handful of bullets that, you know, we've got a decent stockpile of, yeah, it doesn't make any sense to me. Didn't mean that we could just burn through our ammunition without abandon, because we are going to need a ton of it later to complete the run. Okay. Thought I pissed off that the enemy enough to... Yes, I did. Good. Okay, now I think they're both dead. Okay. Okay, here we go. Reap what you sow. That looks so bad. So bad. Locked himself in, took the key. None of the COs got a spare, but I know there is one. Guy was going nuts over the disease. See, the head nurse doesn't have it. Thinks he's safe up there. He'll get what's coming. So it's interesting that that we're getting to see this aspect as well, because we know that there's a plague that hit Silent Hill, and it hit hard enough for 67 people to die and to get unceremoniously thrown into Toluca Lake and buried at quote unquote at sea. It's also interesting to see that whatever that disease was, it spread through the prison as well. This is the same disease I think ended up creating Brookhaven Hospital. It's just we're not entirely sure what the disease was, if it was like tuberculosis or something. We know enough to know that it's respiratory because of the fact that that the guards are kind of looking for somebody who's coughing. We just don't know, what it was exactly. Okay, I can't see crap behind us here. Oh, actually no. That looks like it's the break room. Here's a throwback to the original. The horseshoe puzzle. Prisoners are sick. Examinations are to be repeated until their condition is properly diagnosed. Use more invasive methods if necessary. We need to know the true nature of this affliction. Everything else is secondary. Kind of interesting as well that we see that kind of attitude with this illness and these people. Because it's hauntingly similar to how the warden, not the warden, the director of the prison. Director of the prison. Oh my gosh, I can't word today. The director of Brookhaven Hospital has the same attitude as the warden of this prison. Things had clearly deteriorated enough for the guards to be told they keep distance from these inmates. Don't get sick. Okay, now I know that there's another nurse here. I just don't know where. Maybe on the other side of that door? I'd imagine as much. You see a shadowy figure, please? Yes, I can. Okay. Just gotta make sure it's actually dead. Because we already kind of found out that... Oh, is that already open? Okay, cool. I thought we had to break the glass. We already figured out that just because you hit these nurses in the back like that, doesn't mean they're already dead. It just means that you did a devastating amount of damage to them. None of the examines show any clinical sign or symptom of a life-threatening illness, contagious or otherwise. Recommended endurance tests were also performed. Results have been submitted directly to the warden as per their specifications. So, nothing life-threatening, supposedly, but they ask a really good question. Why are we doing this? It just seems like somebody's paranoia. Okay. Now, do we have anything else in the infirmary that we could use? Perhaps? Yeah, no go. Okay. So... for now, we're going to keep it defaulted to the shotgun because of the amount of nurses who might be here. I'd rather deal with them quickly and decisively than have to unload like freaking 10 shotgun shells into them. Or not 10 shotgun shells. 10 handgun bullets. Because it'll usually take like maybe 1 or 2 shotgun shells, especially if it's placed to the head, to take them down. But even if you fire away with your handgun and you land headshots, I think it takes like 6 shots to take them out. Nice view of the chapel on the way over to the warden's office. You know, this warden could have used some time in the chapel themselves. I don't trust that it's really dead. Now it is. I like how the warden has access to the lights up here too. Like, there's no point to it other than to be able to activate the light, and it's creepy that if this is how this prison had been designed, to have the lights on for only a set amount of time before it automatically turned off. It's pretty sadistic that the warden's got a switch in his office that he can use at will. Pretty much that entire you know, he controls the light in your life. He controls the conditions in your life. It's so messed up. They're not health items, but they're almost as good as them. It's still kind of wild to me too that we've got, 400 and some odd bullets, and we got like 50 shell, because it doesn't feel like you're collecting that much ammo in the first half of the game. Considering that they've been typing sick this entire time, I'm supposing that's what we also have to type in. I like how they say essentially that the warden's a lightweight. I'd have to agree with that assessment. This warden here is a lightweight punk. Okay, so we could theoretically take this this stairwell and then head over to actually, let's do that. Let's try to make it into D block and then head over to the stairwell. I'm probably gonna regret this decision, but it's a little bit quicker than or a little bit closer to the yard than the doorway that we had entered. Run, run, run. Run, 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 run. Dodge and run, dodge and run. Woohoo! Okay, took one hit. We're okay with that. We're okay. Now comes the tricky part because we gotta go down to the basement. Okay. So that's going to be the dove. You know, I do have to wonder, because of the combination of weights that you have, if there's any anything to be said about like what combo of balance you need to get which animals. So, you know, with the dove being kind of that symbol of peace or what have you, looking at the different types of weights that you just had to put on there, like the heaviest weight, the lightest weight, and what have you, and how it's counterbalanced by a different one. If there's any underlying symbolism with that, probably isn't. But you know, it is kind of fun to speculate about some of this stuff. My opinion, at least, and that's just because I'm a nerd. As if y'all didn't know this. Nope. Stay away. Okay, I forget exactly what kind of enemies are down here. So we're gonna equip ourselves with the shotgun to be on the safer side. The screams in the background. Woman in flight. The oh so many people at the recital. Origin 36 at the recital, and then you got the Burning Man, which, looking at this this architecture, could be either a hospital, or looking at that entranceway could be the mansion looking from Rosewater Park, or it could actually also be the Lakeview Inn. Unclear exactly what it is. What'd you see, James? You know, we have to go past the 2 solitary confinement cells. Oh, that's what you saw. Come on out here. Rude. That was so bloody rude of them. Single shotgun shell. I like it. Due to the recent acts of inmate violence, prisoner D-239 has been transferred to solitary confinement, cell F6. And it's interesting because I think that that's the person who was up on A block, who apparently did something pretty horrific, enough to get transferred over. And that was what? F6? Okay, so we're gonna keep F5 closed and open up F6, which is close to F7. I'm pretty sure F7 is the other solitary confinement cell. I like how the light shines on it too. And the lightest weight being down here. That's interesting. I don't even know what gives with that. Like the lightest weight being in solitary and just spending your time there, having to think about everything that you did. Plus the fact that you got all these spikes on these walls, so you can't even really like... you can't really get some decent rest. I'm sorry. I am so sorry. I couldn't let them take you, and now you're still there, aren't you? Okay, so we can't go back the way that we had entered because the passageway had collapsed behind us. And the stairwell was barricaded, so we have to go through F9 to get to F10. Which way are we oriented anyway? Okay. This F9? No, that's F8. So we open this door, and there should be a crawl space. Or, not a crawl space. Weaken part of the wall. So we have to climb up here. This is going to lead to a utility door. Interesting that this ladder's in a cell, by the way. But we open up this utility door and make a beeline straight ahead. I never noticed that. Wait. Hold on here. The lights no longer activate, and all these enemies are dead. All of them are. And now we finally can see the gallows in the background. So we lifted all the weight of our crimes. Which means, technically speaking, James has assumed literally the full weight of his guilt or his crimes or what have you. However you want to phrase it, let's put it that way. But interesting that we had to go through so much to do that. Now let's try moving this over here. Yep. This looks like it may have a little bit more health. There we go. So then we have the Executioner's Lever. I know it's going to sound and look hokey, but we are going to do a safety save. By this, I mean, it's a really good idea for us to save. Because if we get this, this puzzle wrong, if we make the wrong choice, we will get punished for it. Pull ye but once on a rope's frayed end. Choose the one justified from among the damned. Seek out their tales. Think upon each sin. Or let blind fate choose. Let the judgment begin. Okay, let's see what they did with these now. Beneath moonlit guise of villain's design, he trespasses where treasures brightly shine, and with a selfish hand, with greed as his creed, claims the spoils, indulging every single need. Wait, so is that the first one? Oh, okay, no, we were on a different. We were on a different placard. Under veil of nightfall, in the ink of dusk, a blazing inferno engulfs the wooden husk. Screams of the innocent fill the night sky. He who hell let loose now watches them die. So that's the arsonist. In twilight's grasp, a thief emerges sly. Through the veils of night, his purpose veiled awry. His nimble fingers, like whispers, they glide. In the goods of others, his needs doth reside. I really like... Whoever wrote these is really good. Okay, this is the one... Oh, no. I thought that we had already read this placard. In a shrouded twilight, a tale doth unfold. Where the shadows dance, their secrets are told. A shadowy figure, his motives unclear, steals his own kin, one he should hold dear. In clandestine steps, darkness as his guide, the man ventures deeper where riches doth hide, an unseen intruder with motives untold, his hands eager to touch, to grab, and to hold. With her senses failing, she looks, mouth agape, at the one who forced her spirit to escape. Cold steel pierces vein, a sanguine flood, gazing back at her, her own flesh and blood. In shadows cast, the hunter lies in wait, his violent intent cloaked in a veil of fate. An enigma unfolds, motives undefined, as the prey approaches, their fates intertwined. Interesting, interesting. And this is, okay, this is the first placard that we had read. With a selfish hand, with greed as his creed, spoils, claims the spoils, indulging every single need. Let's see here. We've got his avarice driving every cunning theft, no conscious stirs, no remorse is left. Not a hunger's pang, nor desperate need, but a heart consumed with relentless greed. I think that might be this one? What about this third one? As the spark of life from her eyes did flee, the man held his gaze filled with wicked glee. An unfeeling sigh the man's lips doth escape. A thirst for more bloodshed begins to take shape. Okay, so I'm thinking... Oh, no, not that one. I'm thinking that this one here... as a spark of life, that looks like it might be number 5. Gazing back at her, her own flesh and blood, as the spark of life from her eyes did flee. Okay, yeah, I think that this is the relative who gets killed by someone they knew in the family. Okay, so a cruel twist of fate and outcome unsought, the little one perishes, it was all for naught. The kidnapper's tears his motives reveal. From a monstrous mother, the child he did steal. I think that's 3. He steals his own kin when he should hold dear, so, his own daughter? The little one perishes, it was for nothing. The kidnapper's tears his motives reveal. For a monstrous mother, the child he did steal. So kidnapping the child to get them away from a toxic parent. Contorted chill dances on his spine as their souls fly north on Thanatos' sigh. No sign of regret, not a tinge of guilt, but a fiery urge to destroy what God built. Oh my gosh, that is wicked. That's also paired up with the first story. Desperation's grip suffocates the air. The attackers passed a tale of despair. A victim turned assailant, a tragic decree. On this night of judgment, pain sets both men free. That would be number 6. Let's see here. Beneath the Moonlight Guise. Okay. So this would be number 2. And this would be number 4. Okay, no, I was close. Wasn't quite on point, but I was close. So, under a veil of nightfall, in the ink of dusk, a blazing inferno engulfs the wooden husk. Screams of the innocent fill the night sky. He who hell let loose now watches them die. Contorted chill dances on his spine as their souls fly north on Thanatos' sigh. No sign of regret, not a tinge of guilt, but a fiery urge to destroy what God built. This guy, the arsonist, just straight up murdered people just to murder them. Yeah, they can rot in hell. In clandestine steps, darkness as his guide, the man ventures deeper where riches doth hide. An unseen intruder with motives untold, his hands eager to touch, to grab, and to hold. Beneath moonlit guise, a villain's design, he trespasses where treasures brightly shine. With a selfish hand, with greed as his creed, claims the spoils, indulging every single need. So the guy's just taking stuff just to take stuff. With her senses failing, she looks, mouth agape, at the one who forced her spirit to escape. Cold steel pierces vein, a sanguine flood, gazing back at her, her own flesh and blood. As a spark of life from her eyes did flee, the man held his gaze, filled with wicked glee. An unfeeling sigh the man's lips doth escape. A thirst for more bloodshed begins to take shape. So literally, this person gets killed by a relative or family member. It could be that this is a wife getting killed by her husband, but they're kind of looking at this person like, why did you kill me? And we kind of see that it's literally just for a thirst of blood. In Twilight's grasp, a thief emerges sly. Through the veils of night, his purpose veiled awry. His nimble fingers, like whispers, they glide. In the goods of others, his needs doth reside. His avarice driving every cunning theft. No conscience stirs, no remorse left. Not a hunger's pang, nor desperate need, but a heart consumed with relentless greed. And it very much mirrors the story number 4, with the person just stealing because they can steal. In shadows cast, the hunter lies in wait, his violent intent cloaked in a veil of fate. An enigma unfolds, motives undefined. As the prey approaches, their fates intertwine. Desperation's grip suffocates the air. The attacker's past, a tale of despair. The victim turned assailant, a tragic decree. On this night of judgment, pain sets both men free. And this one looks like it's a tale of revenge. Versus, somebody really fighting for their life. In a shrouded twilight, a tale doth unfold. With the shadows dance, their secrets are told. A shadowy figure, his motives unclear, steals his own kin, one he should hold dear. A cruel twist of fate, though, an outcome unsought. The little one perishes, it was all for naught. The kidnapper's tears his motives reveal. From a monstrous mother, the child he did steal. So, potentially could be the father of the child stealing his kid back to try to rescue her from a cruel childhood. Could also be a different relative, but we know that this person had kidnapped this child to try to give them a better life. It's sad that the child perishes anyway, and this person is just kind of torn asunder from it. So number 3, with his kidnapping and getting caught, seems like the person who is justified in what they did. They tried. They broke the law, but they tried to save a relative from a cruel and horrific childhood. So, yeah, let's go ahead and see if we're right. If the game says that, hey, this is somebody who's justified in what they did. Okay, we chose quote-unquote correctly. If we had chosen incorrectly, we would have actually fallen into a pit of despair. And by pit of despair, I mean we would have fallen into a room just off to the side of the entrance to the yard. Actually, I should say a room beneath that one, because you fall into that pit underneath the yard. You have to get to a ladder that emerges in the room right next to the entrance to the yard. But it's filled with monsters down there. I think it's got like a healthy mix of creepy crawlies and mannequin monsters. So, absolutely thrilled that we didn't end up actually down there with them. That would have sucked. So instead, we're here underneath the prison, near the morgue. We could definitely do with more supplies, but there's nothing down here to find. Instead, we had to go travel even further into the abyss after James has already kind of taken the full weight of what he did at the prison. And we'll make one more jump. And this must be the elevator. Pretty sure it's the elevator from the first game. Or, not from the first game, from the OG. Except this one's skimpy because when you get aboard the elevator from the OG, they give you a box of handgun ammo, a box of shotgun ammo, like one healing item. They're kind of already letting you know what you're going to be doing. Okay, this is where things get tricky. Because if I'm not mistaken, this is going to be a fight sequence. Aha, yes, here we are. Because this is going to be the newspaper clipping. The body of a man later identified as Thomas Orozco, a lumberjack, age 39, was discovered. Something, 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 lying face down, probable cause of death as multiple stab wounds to the front of the neck and left side of the torso by a sharp-edged weapon. Estimated time of death was somewhere between 11 p.m. and 12:30 in the morning. Due to signs of struggle in the room and the lack of a murder weapon, police are considering this a homicide and have opened a murder investigation. Furthermore, given the fact that cash in the room was untouched, Mr. Orozco had a history of drunkenness and violence. Police are thinking this is not a robbery, but it's a crime of passion. And they would be correct in that it's Angela. Angela had killed her father. Yep, okay. So we got a 50-50 of this fight going okay. There's a door here somewhere. Wait, no, this let us back outside, right? It did. Okay, so if I'm not mistaken, it's go to the right, it should be like a door or a hallway right in front of us. Aha, here we are. You got this stickered door, and then you have the door that leads to this boss fight. Here we go, guys.
I'll be good, I promise. Tell him I'll be good, please.
Angela? Angela, it's me.
No, please. Daddy!
Then you gotta go. Gotta get away from this a-hole. What's up, a-hole? Come on. Give me a hug. Don't, son. No, you don't. No. Stay right the heck over there. Just letting that dude know, keep your grubby hands off us. That makes me disgusted. Interesting how, I'm not actually gonna walk in here. Interesting how, Angela goes into that area and everything just, you know, she disappears. Okay. So, hallway over this ways. Ah, okay. Aha, okay.
But you're sick. Care of you all these years. Everything. What I did. Look at me.
You know, it's interesting because I always kind of wondered where this recording really took place. Like, if it was... Oh. Oh, shoot. I'm pretty sure we have to get past this dude. Get to this here. Yes. That was such an unnecessary waste of a syringe. I'm sorry, guys. That sucked. It makes me wonder if that was the last conversation that Angela had with her dad before he killed her, or I'm sorry, before she killed him, or if those were a collection of different recordings made over their years spent, kind of fighting back and forth and what have you. Stay away, dude. Also, these apartments look so much like the ones that that we had explored before. Like it's the first apartment complex that we had been in.
Run away. Where would you go? Nothing. No one.
No one cares. Hashtag we care. I got no problem messing this dude up just to avenge Angela's trauma. Interesting enough that we keep on going into the same area. So maybe those recordings were over a period of time, not just the last fight they had, but snippets in time with how much we've been going back to that same room. And this sounds like it's the very, very last fight with the entire "Stop it, you're hurting me." Angela, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry for what you had to go through. Okay. Time for the square off. Come here, mofo. No. Okay, not a bad fight. Not a bad fight. Not a great fight either, but not a bad one. Took 1 damage there. Would have been a nicer run if we had been able to get out of that first area
It's okay.
without getting grabbed
Calm down.
twice.
Don't order me around!
I'm not. It's okay. It's over.
Don't even try.
Try what?
Like you don't know? I see what you're doing. It's always the same with you. You're only after one thing.
Angela, please.
You don't have to lie. Go ahead. Say it. Or you could just force me. Like he always did. You disgusting pig. I hate you. I hate you.
Angela. I don't know who you think I am, but I don't want to hurt you. I just want to get my Mary back.
You're Mary. Your own little Mary. At least she was. For a while.
What?
Admit it. You didn't want her around anymore.
No.
You probably found someone else.
No!
I need to find my mama.
I never.
Just the way that he reacts to that makes you kind of wonder whether he really did cheat or if he had wandering thoughts. I think it's heavily implied here, and I'm pretty sure that in one of the endings it's more or less kind of confirmed. Crap. Okay, nice of us to find some rifle rounds, but I don't think we have a map to be able to see where the closet is that you have to exit through. Okay, I think we're at the kitchen. Oh man. I should have remembered. Dang, okay. We're gonna open up the flashlight here. Okay, there we go. Here we are. Just so we're not like spending 15 frickin' minutes just trying to get out of here. I could not remember this pathing at all. Aha. Okay, so we head on down this stairwell, open up this door, and we find a familiar face.
Maria? Maria! I thought that thing killed you. Are you hurt?
Not at all, silly.
But the thing... It stabbed you. There was blood everywhere.
Stabbed me? What do you mean?
It chased us to the elevator and then...
James, what are you talking about?
Just before. Don't you remember?
James? Honey? Did something happen to you? After we got separated in that long hallway? Are you confusing me with someone else? You were always so forgetful. Remember that time in the hotel?
Maria?
You said you took everything. But you forgot that videotape we made. I wonder if it's still there.
How do you know about that? Aren't you Maria?
I'm not your Mary.
So you are Maria.
I am. If you want me to be.
All I want from you is an answer.
Doesn't matter who I am. I am here for you, James. See? I'm real. Don't you want to touch me?
I don't know.
Well, if you happen to make up your mind, I'll be waiting.
I'll find some way to... I'll come back, I promise.
And this after he saying, "No, I never," to Angela, saying that he'd never cheat on Mary, or that he wasn't getting bored of her or wanting to move on. Just adds a little bit more of that weight. Okay. Let's see how well lit this thing is. It's barely lit. Now, if I'm mistaken, there's like one or two photos that you can find in this cube itself. Now, granted, the photos are all just collectibles. They don't actually have an impact on the ending, I believe. But it'd still be kind of cool to get what we can. So, nice thing is that each of these passageways has a sigil next to it that'll let you know exactly which one you need which one of these doorways you need to access it. So this is our first of 3 pathways that we have to go down through in the labyrinth. This one's going to be, I think, the Decayed. Decayed hallway. Should be a door. Should be a door right here. Here we go. Aha! There we are. So, the rotten area. Okay. I'll take the ammo. Could have sworn that there was like a crawl space or something that you had to access. We're gonna need our flashlight for this, actually. Okay. Just to be able to at least, like, okay, there we go. Just to be able to see, like, where we go next. mistaken, this is actually an exit point. What we really need to do is go through this door and the other one. We hit this wall here on the right hand side. Okay, yeah. So we are going to have to break that that no flashlight rule, at least for this portion, because of the fact that literally you can't see. There's no lights. I can't even try to imagine try to path this this area here. Without having that light on at all. There's no light source inside the inside that hallway. No light source inside that huge room with the cage. Otherwise, I'd say let's do it. This would literally be having to remind yourself, like, where everything is. Really? Oh yeah. Yeah. Okay. We'll lift the no flashlight rule for this section of the game. There's not enough ambient light to be able to navigate it competently without remembering like exactly where everything is from a previous playthrough. Which, I'm gonna level with y'all, I'm not that good. I thought that we actually had a decent chance of dodging that attack. I thought wrong. This is the cubicle with the nurse. Okay, we get the iron key. Nice syringe. It should, I believe, lead us back to that, no, it's not the large room. Oh, it is the large room. Okay, yeah, I've just been, being obtuse about it. Why can't I remember? I'm pretty sure that we need one other piece here. Yeah, we do. We do. Because we need both the actual lighter and the wick. And I think you need the lighter fuel too to complete it. Zero light source. So I think we'll want to amend this, the rules of this run, so that if you're in the labyrinth, you're allowed to use your flashlight. Otherwise, it's literally a blind run, and not very fun to watch, I'd imagine. Not very fun to play, not very fun to watch. Yeah, we need to go back into that chamber. Off to the lower right-hand side. So when we run through this here, we're going to run straight forward. We're going to take a second left, not the first left. No, you're not a nurse. That light flicker means that there is most likely a mannequin leg here, though. Might as well show yourself, man. Let's get this over with. Got a couple of health syringes. ba 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 ba. Oh, there's definitely something in here with us. Oh, that's right. There's a letter component in here. There's also this this bloodied door. It's not actually a door. It's just a door painted with blood, or in blood, I should say, not with blood. Lighter fluid. Okay, and from here, should be able to. Yep, there we go. We have to unblock the door, and then we're gonna run. I believe it's to the right? Yeah. Okay, so we're gonna crawl through here and do our best to try to avoid the mandolin. There we go. Oh, that's right. You have to actually assemble it first. It almost looks like a dead flesh lips. If anything, I'd imagine that's a dead monster or something of sorts inside of like one of those cage frames. Okay, and we gotta make that leap of faith. Just have to position ourselves to be able to do it. Aha, there we go. Okay, that's 1 out of 3 done. Okay. Next one we're going to want is that weird infinity looking symbol. This will take us through the second doorway, desolate area. Such a bad hiding spot. Actually, before we go any further into that labyrinth, or that portion of this labyrinth, I should say, let's go back out here into this main hallway. I wanted and needed that health item. Go ahead and squeeze on through here. Go into that bedroom. So different flavors of the apartment complex. One that's decayed, one that's kind of desolate, and there's going to be one that's abandoned. And I just about wonder if that also has something to do with James and his mental state. Ooh, okay. For that? Oh, shoot. I'm gonna take out old-fashioned. Wait for that. Pretty sure I killed the scarab. So off to the left hand side here we should have some ammunition for us. If we go forward over this ways, we should see that there's a key that we can retrieve on the other side of this door. But we don't have access to that right now. Instead, we gotta go through this back path. Okay. Climb up here. There's a door that's handcuffed closed. That's this here gateway. Clearly, we see that what's his face is here. Pyramid Head is here. I do believe there's a second one. Yep, there is. Do I want revenge that bad? Not really. That was a lucky shot. Well, wouldn't let bygone go bygone, but hey, you wanted to fight? Live by the sword, die by the sword. Okay. So we go down this this portion here. We'll be back in the flooded levels. And we're gonna have mannequins to have to fight in here. Hopefully that was enough to wipe that one out. Okay, if that one's still alive, it's not happy. Let's hit with that one. Okay, so we get the small key that's going to let us open up the handcuffs. And we can turn this here gate. Now, in the OG, this would mean that you're going to go to the room where Maria is held captive. In this, not so much. Wait. That sounds like skittering along the walls. And these walls are high enough. It wouldn't surprise me if we're dealing with these guys here. Okay, we'll pull this away. And that's the, that crawl space. That's where we were earlier. I think that's the save point area. So we up and over here. Got some rifle rounds. Or rounds. Rifle round. so far, I think we've burned through like 60 rounds of handgun ammo. This kind of disgusts me. Okay. We're gonna need to get through those wire cutter sections. I like how the game autosaves here. Is that's actually doing us a favor. Okay, here's where everything's gonna suck because we got our friend Pyramid Head down here. And this this ladder is such a red herring. We're following this ladder because we're gonna need the healing supplies are up here. I think there's like one syringe, maybe a health drink, but we still need it in order to complete this run. Yeah, one syringe, okay. I'm absolutely happy with that. So, the game makes you think that you're safe climbing that ladder. You're not safe climbing the ladder. What you need to do, though, is hang a right, and there's going to be a room that in the OG you would find a you would find the Great Knife, and that's Pyramid Head's room. So he can't really follow you in here, to the best of my knowledge. If he can, that's seriously cheating. Which would make it over here. And you see him kind of just chilling, looking at you. But interesting that that he's got that Great Knife again, because when he was chasing you in the hospital, he was chasing you with a spear. Used the spear to kill Maria, but willing to use that Great Knife to kill you. Okay, I'm pretty sure that's a regular mannequin. It's down here. Oh, no. Use. Sounds like Pyramid Head just kind of like taking that knife and sharpening it down there. Oh man. I know you all can't see me because I don't have a camera and everything, but I'm actually kind of smiling at that. Like, you know, it's a nice little detail that the devs put in, even if it is terrifying. Okay, so here's the deal. This is about where you can save, but you have to go back down the same way that you came in order to use the wire cutters. You have to go back where Pyramid Head was. Because if you try to go the way that you initially walked into that chamber, you're gonna find that the tunnel collapsed. So since you can't go through that crawl space anymore, we're gonna have to come on back down here into Pyramid Head's room and pretty much confront that fear of, is this guy still down here? Spoiler alert, Pyramid Head's not here. Also interesting to see that we got this here as a decoration for Pyramid Head in his small bed. No wonder why the guy's cranky. Look at that bed frame. That don't fit him. There's no way. That doesn't even look like it would fit James comfortably. Crap. Okay. Gotta shoot. Okay. At least we only took one hit there. I should have just shot that one. Wasted a syringe. I hate that. Okay, so we make our way around this corner and wire cutters. You know, it's kind of also funny how in the original you had the great knife with you before you could even get the wire cutters, and literally the passageway that you're trying to access is blocked off by fine wires. Not even like a chain link fence like this, but actual fine wires. But even with the great knife, you couldn't cut it open. Seems a little hokey in that respect. And I got a feeling that that's partially the reason. Oh, I didn't even notice that he was up here. What's up, bro? I never noticed that he's watching you after you you get through the fence. I'm supposing that's why they didn't give you the great knife to use as an actual weapon in this remake. Great weapon in the original, by the way. When you get the great knife, you can equip it at will. So if you have it active, it slows you down considerably. And anytime you try to take a swing at an enemy, it takes like a good second for it to actually activate and to be able to cause any damage to the enemy. Okay, so I know that we can go into that chamber on the right hand side and get some ammo. I kind of feel inclined to try that. we had activated this before. And if anything, we would find one of those photos. Okay, maybe I'm super wrong about that. Oh, no. Nope, here's the photo. But there are a couple of enemies that that you end up running into, like abstract daddies, like weaker versions in the OG hotel. That if you use the great knife, it dies quick. Yep, I think this is the one that we need. And this is just to get some extra ammo. At this point, we've got a pretty decent chunk. But at the same time, why not? I got a feeling we're going to burn through most, if not all, of the ammo that we accumulated in the first half. Just because we don't have, like, a wealth of healing items anymore. Like, I'm pretty sure that when we did our first on-stream playthrough this game, by this point we were running with, like, 20-some-odd health items. But in this one, we've got, like, less than 10 easily. Wanted, right? Not quite. Triangle should be facing down. I think this is the one we want. It's got the cross, yeah. Okay. You notice that that stairwell was there. Here we go. And this is the ruined area map. I'm wondering if this actually does have enough ambient light for us to not have to rely on the flashlight. Like both the decayed map and the flooded map, both of those didn't really have enough lighting for us to navigate, so we had to turn on our light. But I'm wondering if we can reinstate the no light rule, no flashlight rule, for this portion of the game. Now we know that these enemies are going to come to life, because this is going to be a lot like the prison, where when you try to open up this door, these enemies come to life, you have a set amount of time before they before the door opens. When the door opens, these enemies die. First kill there. Oh, that hurt. I was not really worried about you, I was worried about this nurse. Yeah, no, I think we can do this this portion of the game with without our flashlight. So we're gonna go ahead and reinstate for this part of the run, no flashlight. I wish that the other two portions of this labyrinth didn't have that lack of lighting, so that you can continue doing the no flashlight run. But let's be honest, the other two legs of this labyrinth would have just been... It would have been miserable to watch. Screw it. We're gonna syringe this one. Yeah, even if I had memorized like exactly what type of pathing to take in the first two portions of the labyrinth, it would have been boring to watch, because literally all you would have seen is a black screen for like 95% of that leg. Because I think there's only a handful of rooms that are illuminated automatically. It would have been just way too boring. But I gotta remember that for next time, because I'm still disturbed by it. Not disturbed as in angry about it, but disturbed as in disturbed that our VOD from yesterday is non-existent. Like, we had a stream summary for afterwards, and I checked my settings, and I do have auto save VODs on, and it just, that VOD is non-existent. Like, I can go to the stream summary in my stream manager tab, and when I open up the analytics for that stream, it gives me nothing. Literally nothing. Keep on moving, bro. Keep on moving. You can't afford to get hit by these monsters. Come on. Chew up those frames, son. Chew up those frames. You can do it, James. You're almost there, man. You're almost there. Chew up the frames. While we're vaulting, those are invincibility frames. Hashtag, you feeling like Boris from GoldenEye? Feel that invincibility? Do it, James. Do it. Do it. Do it. Keep on moving, bro. Keep on moving. Come on. This thing's got to be almost out of time. Woohoo! Survived another day. Okay, for those who haven't seen a playthrough of this before, or even for those who have seen a playthrough before but haven't seen one that I've done, part of the reason why I was kind of freaking out over that, like, just moving and just vaulting as much as is possible, is because there are two of those mandolins, like the enemies that are hanging from this this metal grid. There's two of them that that are featured in this room, and if you're not careful, they can box you in and just keep hitting you and hitting you and hitting you. And when they unleash that that scream, you get stunned for a few frames. Does not help. It's a great way to have to chew through a ton of your health. So, like, yeah, no. We're just gonna go ahead and run and vault and run and vault and run and vault. And then we see our buddy Pyramid Head here. As he's walking towards us, these tendrils are moving out of the way, and it's a nice little... Oh, smacks. It's a nice little way to understand what we need to do next. So in that moment, you're the first time you play this, you're probably crapping your pants, thinking, "Okay, what the heck do I do?" You're just trying to figure out, how do I survive? You know, really paying attention to what all's happening around you. And in some respects, you had to kind of wonder, is the Great Knife and Pyramid Head open up this pathway for me, or is it opening up for me no matter what? And you kind of find out the key to opening up that strange hallway that we first ran into, the labyrinth.
Marie?
I didn't even notice that necklace, or not necklace. Oh my gosh, I can't speak today, man. Didn't really realize that bracelet design. A little bit of a cross and a crescent moon. Rash is covering half her face. It's kind of similar to how we find Maria dead in the OG. You walk in, you see her on the bed. She's bloodied up and bleeding, and you kind of get that sense that Pyramid Head had killed her before you could rescue her. Interestingly enough, though, when James is trying to navigate this portion of the map, we're not quite sure if James is trying to get to Maria to free her because, you know, prison bars and everything. We know that there's a door here. We don't know if it's really locked. We don't see Maria trying to get out or acting despondent, like she's trapped in here or anything of sorts. She just pretty much entices James with a, you know, hey, come and see me if you want something more, if you want to be here with me, kind of a deal. So we're not quite sure if James is coming over this ways to free her or to kind of take up Maria on her offer of come and spend time with me, kind of a deal. And he's got to know by this point that something's seriously wrong, because we did see Maria die.
What the hell?
Yes, that giant cube wasn't there before. It was there for a little bit, and now it's gone again after the cube was destroyed. And we see here the Great Knife. I do like how in this game we're not really able to use the Great Knife as a weapon at all. Like, it's literally just something that we could drag with us to open up this this hallway. This felon drank one last bottle of ale before he was executed and laid here to his eternal rest. Unnamed person, by the way. In all honesty, when we looked at this graveyard, I was halfway expecting to see Angela's dad and brother here. Miriam K, the traitor. And I still want to know who the heck Miriam is, other than like Miriam Locane, one of the two victims of Walter Sullivan's chop chop spree. I almost wondered as well where this felon drank one last bottle of ale was actually Angela's dad too, before she killed him. Okay, we've got Walter Sullivan's tombstone. The veritable who's who of killers. Angela Roscoe's tombstone and open grave. Eddie Dombrowski's. And last but not least, everyone's favorite, James Sunderland's. Fun fact that if you play the original version of this, you can try to enter Angela's grave or Eddie's grave, but you can't. Like, it doesn't actually let you go anywhere or interact with those graves. And I think, if I remember correctly, it's because when you look into the grave, it's shallow enough that you can actually see the bottom of it. But then you get to James's, and it's not at all shallow. It's that deep plunge. And again, with the lack of lights, I just wish that there was even like a lone light bulb or string of light bulbs up there. So that way, you know, actually do the no flashlight deal. Oh, so chilling to see so much blood raining down on us like this.
Couldn't leave well enough alone, huh? You just had to follow me all the way out here. How many times do I have to kill you?
That's so messed up.
Eddie. Whoa, Eddie. It's me.
Oh. Hi, James.
Eddie, what are you doing?
Well, what's it look like I'm doing? You fat, disgusting piece of shit, you make me sick. You gonna cry, fat ass? You gonna run to your mama? Waste of skin, why don't you just kill yourself?
Dude, Eddie, take your finger off that trigger, especially when you're pointing it at your head.
Well, maybe he was right. Maybe I am nothing but a fat, disgusting piece of shit. But you know what? It doesn't matter if you're smart, dumb, ugly, pretty. It's all the same once you're dead. And a corpse can't.
So messed up
laugh.
that he's punctuating that statement with those shots.
Eddie.
What's that? You want to talk down to me some more? Tell me to relax? You're just like the rest of them, James.
No, I don't want.
Shut up! You think I'm stupid? You think I don't see it? But you've been laughing at me all along. Ever since we first met. But you ain't laughing now, are you?
You need help, Eddie.
Don't get all holy on me, James. This town called you too. You and me are the same. We're not like other people, don't you know that? Well, you're about to find out.
So now we end up in Eddie's version of the other world, and we see that it's just as blisteringly cold as life had seemed to be for Eddie. Unfortunately, interestingly enough, if you have been seeing Eddie's animation in previous cutscenes, you always see that kind of frosted breath and what have you. Like he's speaking someplace that's really bone-chillingly cold. You could see his breath every time he's talking, but you don't see any other person, whether it's Laura, whether it's James, nobody else exhibits that. So it kind of gives you that that impression that this is Eddie's version of Silent Hill. It's not, you know, the same way as James sees it with the fog and what have you, but it's just cold. In part, I wonder if it's because at this point Eddie's just that cold and detached. In part, I'm wondering if it's because the world itself was really cold to him, or some combo of both. Going into this fight, we're going to want to go ahead and do two things. One, we're going to turn off the light again, because we don't need it.
Do you know what it does to you, James? When you're hated, picked on,
And two,
spit on? Just because of the way you
we're going
look?
to try to close the distance with Eddie.
Yeah, I ran away after I
Because
killed
it'll be a
that
little bit
dog.
easier, I think, to,
But you know what? It was fun. It tried to chew its own guts up.
I think it'll be
Finally
easier to
died
melee
all
him.
curled up in a ball. Then he came after me. I shot him too, right in the leg. He cried more than the dog. And now it's your turn, James. There you are. I'm coming for you. Come on, James, don't be shy.
Oh, shoot.
I can see you.
Ah! Let him grab on. That was a mistake. Oh, I'm sucking at this fight. I almost feel like we should take an intentional death here, just to get back our supplies. Screw it. Let's take the intentional death. There we go. So, I really like how they stylized this fight versus the OG. In the OG, when you first run into Eddie in that answer room, you actually had to square off against him. Like here, they automatically have you start fighting Eddie, and I think you could take like maybe like one or two shots before you're able to land enough hits to get him to retreat into this main room, this main freezer. Here, it makes more sense.
There you are.
You don't. Jeez, okay.
I
I
can
really want to just get away with one healing. I don't want to use more than one healing item during this fight. We're gonna need much more of it for later on.
There you are. can see you.
Oh, come on now.
There you are. I can see you.
Yeah, we can see you too, bro. Oh man, the look on his face there.
You die here, James.
It's like Private Powell from
Cry like a little girl. And then
Full
you
Metal
just
Jacket.
curl up and die. And it's gonna feel great.
just like before. Yeah, that's creepy.
I'm coming for you.
That's okay, dude. I'll be here. Okay, I deserve that. Oh, that's the first animation. Never seen him do the two-handed attack like that. Come back here.
I can see you.
What's up, Eddie? How you doing, bro?
I can see you.
Where are you? Wow, that's a heck of a pivot. Oh, come on now.
I'm coming for you.
Don't be afraid, Eddie. Don't be afraid. Took a little too much damage. Come on, just take the shot, Eddie. There you go.
There you are!
Okay, hopefully this will start us at the beginning of the second phase. Ah, okay, no, we gotta do the whole thing over again. Okay.
There you are!
I forgot the first rule of Silent Hill. Don't let the enemies hear you. Oh man, I was not expecting them to be able to. Oh shit.
Now you're scared, ain't you? I can see you.
I was not expecting for him to be able to grab us while taking damage like that. Okay, so I gotta remember that, like, he's actually able to counter mid-swing. But dude forgot the first rule of Silent Hill. Run quiet, run deep.
Now you're scared, ain't you?
Okay. I also forgot the first rule of Silent Hill. Gotta listen for that click. Though to be fair, I don't know that I heard a click when he first attacked us.
There you are!
There we go. Heard that. Heard that. Oh, that was close. Man, I got stuck on that rack of beef, or whatever that that kind of meat is. Oh man, he had some reach on that. Okay, Private Pile. Okay.
Die here, James.
Now without taking you with me.
You'll swerve and squeal and cry like a little girl. And then you'll just curl up and die. And it's gonna feel great. Just like before. I'm coming for you.
Counting on it, bro.
Come on, James. Don't be shy. I can see you.
Come on, let's hear that click.
Who's laughing now?
Not going anywhere, dude. You come to me.
I'm coming for you.
Come on, a-hole. I am, son. I'm laughing at how bad this fight's going. Goodness gracious. Too slow. How the heck is he able to get that extra lunge?
Kill you, James! This is it, James!
That's just me getting sloppy at this point.
I'll kill you, James!
Okay, yeah, I got way overconfident during that last phase.
There you are! Come on, James, don't be shy. I'm coming for you. Come on, James, don't be shy. There you are! I'm coming for you. Come on, James, don't be shy.
Okay, that was a decent first phase.
You'll die here, James.
Now we need to get to a light.
You'll squirm and squeal and cry
demon. He didn't come on up
Laughing
on us.
now.
That was kind of disturbing.
I can see you. Relax. It'll be over soon.
Come on, Eddie, man. We don't even have to fight this.
I'll kill you, James.
We will if I a little more careful.
This is it, James.
It took a little bit more damage than I wanted to in that fight, but at least we survived with a decent number of health items left over. Man, I just feel bad for Eddie. And now for James as well, because I mean that's the first actual kill that we've had that we can definitively say we killed another human in this game. What's interesting is that depending on the difficulty of the game, like what difficulty the saying you're on, and how much health and how much ammunition you have, the game will place extra items for you. Just had to make sure it's off. Because I remember the first time I ever went into that Eddie fight, I didn't have any more than maybe like one health drink and a handful of handgun ammo. So the game actually spawned, I think, like 1 or 2 boxes of handgun ammo, randomized amounts, of course. Plus, I think it spawned like 2 syringes for the fight. And I was like, bro. I'm so thankful that the devs did that so that you could make some reasonable progress. Like, if they're recognizing that you are struggling at that point, and they throw you that that little bit of hope, like, I will take it, bro. Okay, here we go. I just about really wonder though what building we did actually get away from. Because I can't see that really being a true meatpacking plant. I could see it being like the historical society, like the back of it, or maybe like an adjacent business. But I can't actually see that being like a an actual meatpacking plant in Silent Hill of all places. I also am still pretty salty about the fact that this game already aligns you with the light in the background. Because I still remember how the devs from the first game, how they make you find the light, and they actually they have the audacity to time how long it takes for you to row across this lake. And I still remember having spent so much time trying to navigate it when I was growing up, playing this game. I'm pretty sure there had been a little bit of grumbling between me and my brothers. We're like, man, we've been stuck on this now for like half an hour. And then we just randomly came across the fact that there's a light in the background, and we're like, we should probably row towards that. But no, here they already let you row towards it. But they do place that little bit of doubt as you look at that light, and you're like, should I trust this light? Like, is this going to lead me off course, or should I actually head towards the light? Because of the two stories of the Maiden of the Lake, it makes you kind of wonder. The Lakeview boat rentals, making it seem so calm and peaceful, until you realize there's a mass grave of 67 in this lake, plus whatever happened to the little Baroness ship that was out here. Peaceful looking, perhaps. Peaceful, though. I don't know about that. And I really do have to admire this boutique hotel every time I come in and see this. Like this is legit a very beautiful property, and a place that you know, that would be nice to kind of vacation in.
This place hasn't changed at all in 3 years.
I mean, a beautiful, extensive garden. Right there on the lake. Lone, Lone One of the East. Out of the water, safety now lost and out of breath. Man, I feel that. That's how I feel. A lot of days. Like a fish out of water. Yeah, probably the only thing that would really bother me about a place like this is because of all the standing water, you'd also have a ton of mosquitoes. As the cold draws near, they abandon their old nests to return in time. Yeah, I like this one. This is one of my favorites. Large One of the West. Tempted by the something something appeal. Failed to resist. Oh, tempted by the lures appeal. Failed to resist. By that lured in by the light. Like James and the man of the lake. Okay, and here we are at the end game.
Our room. Mary.
Literally the end game. It's the last last map that we've got before we get the final encounters. It's James Sunderland. Regarding the videotape you left in your room during your last stay, glad to inform you that we have recovered the item, moved it to the employee section of the first floor. The tape is stored within the hotel safe to be returned to you at your earliest convenience. So as long as the staff at this inn don't give you like this quote unquote knowing look while they give you back your property. Tenant renting to and rent due. JS James Sunderland renting to indefinitely paid in full. Interesting. I don't think that we had ever been able to see this in the first playthrough, like the regular playthrough instead of New Game Plus. Huh. Also, kind of cool that they have that feature because I know when I was a little bit younger, we did have some properties, like vacation spot properties in the U.S. that I would always kind of dream of being able to say, hey, you know, the property allows for families to rent an apartment there. On a more permanent basis, and to be able to say, hey, you know, one of these days, if if everything works out, I'll be able to do that someday. Now, granted, these days, it's not something that can happen easily, if at all. Be sure to clean up the fireplace in the conference room. I like how James was like, okay, let's go check this out. I think by this point, most of those, luxury properties or what have you, like if they're renting out to people, they're already taken up, so it's not possible for somebody else to come along and do the same thing. But it still is pretty interesting to me that you would see these absolutely stunning properties selling like an apartment in them, and you get all the amenities at the hotel, all the views, access to the restaurants and everything, as if you were a guest there permanently. But this would definitely be one of those places that it would be charming to be able to say, hey, you have access to a room in this place or an apartment in this place for a longer period of time. The lost memories. Intermezzo 118, number 2, by Johannes Brahms. Still kind of funny to me that they got a town named Brahms next door. That's like, okay, not like next door, but like 200 miles away.
Did I
Maybe.
scare you?
Yeah, you did. I guess I deserved it, huh? The fart face that I am.
Maybe. Then again, maybe you're not so bad. Just annoying.
Uh-huh. So, you got any other things planned? I think I saw a dark room back there you could lock me up in.
No. I think you've had enough. For now.
Well, that's reassuring.
Besides, I need your help finding Mary. She's here. Isn't she? Come on, tell me.
I wish I knew.
But she said it in her letter.
Wait. So there really is a letter?
Oh. Yeah. Want to read it? Just don't tell Rachel, okay?
Who's Rachel?
She's our nurse. I, took it from her locker.
My dearest Laura, I'm leaving this letter with Rachel to give to you after I'm gone. I'm far away now, in a quiet, beautiful place. Please forgive me for not saying goodbye before I left. Be well, Laura. be too hard on the sisters. And Laura, about James. I know you hate him because you think he isn't nice to me, but please, give him a chance. It's true, he can be a little surly sometimes, and he doesn't laugh much. But underneath, he's a really sweet person. I love you, Laura. I love you like my very own daughter. I wish things were different. I wish we could be happy together, like we talked about. Even so, I know you will have a good life. You're a strong, smart, beautiful girl. Happy 8th birthday, Laura. Your friend, Mary.
Laura. How old are you?
I turned 8 last week.
That means... Mary couldn't have died 3 years ago. Did she really mean
Means nothing, James. Literally.
Is this the quiet, beautiful place she was talking about?
Me and Mary talked a lot about Silent Hill. She even showed me all her pictures. She really wanted to come back. She also talked a lot about you, you know? She even...
What? What is it?
Well, there kind of was this other letter. I think the one was for you. The envelope had your name on it.
Did you read it?
I wanted to. This one time, I almost did. Figured you didn't deserve to have it. But then I thought, Mary wouldn't want me to keep it from you. So I just sort of kept it for you. Here.
It's empty. Laura, there's nothing in it.
What? But I didn't take it. I swear.
Well, where is it then?
I must have lost it. I gotta find it.
Laura!
It's kind of weird and interesting how much this game messes with that sense of time. Because Laura says that she just turned 8 like a week ago, and that letter is addressed to her, wishing her that happy 8th birthday. But we know that that Mary's been dead for 3 years. Like, we know that it's been a while. Just kind of interesting to see how this this town can kind of pull people from different times, if you would.
Laura!
Because it definitely feels that way. Okay, we gotta Sam Fisher this stuff. In loving memory of Sean Mitchell, the family regrets to inform you of his passing. The funeral service will be held at the St. Stella Church in South Valley, intersection of Nathan Avenue and Neely Street at 11 a.m. Following the service, we'll hold a small reception at Sean's family home. Now, I haven't played some of the earlier DLCs and what have you, kind of attached to this game, because apparently there's, well, not for this particular game, but just for Silent Hill 2 in general. There's a DLC or an episode where you get to kind of witness how Maria came to be. And I have no idea if this Sean Mitchell person is a part of that. And this is like a little throwback to that adventure. But it is interesting to see that they include that person, and then at the same time, they tell you about this this church that you can't get to in this game. Near as I could tell, every route that would lead to that particular location is blocked off. Yes, give us healing items. We need to have some healing items. Sounds like a creepy crawly. Man, my aim is bad. Now with this steel pipe though. Let's try out 104, 105. We're going to have to go into that utility room anyway. Oh, you son of a... Okay, that's kind of ridiculous. I thought that I was just out of that enemy's range for being able to land that jump. But I will give it to them. They did catch me off guard. The aftermath. Oh man, kind of fitting that it's in this room of all places because looks like somebody partied hard in here. and check out the utility room. Ah, door's just a little bit further down. There we are. A little bit of ammunition. There should, I think, be like a key or something in here. Yes! Okay, so we got the Sunrise or East Wing key. And of course, this note telling us that, hey, a parahelix seems to have gotten some kind of pest separated from the rest of the plants, or they'll all die. As we can see in here, they all died anyway, because hashtag no one's around to freaking water the plants. Okay, so this is the Sunrise Wing. You enter this, see that scurry on by. We just don't have to worry about that that spider. Come on in here. Find the 4 books. Scattered around. Nice little touch that they actually give some of these like an author's name or what have you. Okay. We're gonna go ahead and convenience save here. And we're gonna have a look at the at this picture. So, left to right, you have the eagle, you have a lion, an ox, and an angel. You've also got a person who is... It's not clear if they're secured to the pole in the middle, or if it just so happens that you know, they've just been stabbed, and that's technically what's securing them to this pole. But we know that there's a person in the middle. We got 2 spears running through them. One directly in the abdomen, looks close to the navel, and one going through the left leg. That's a huge key indicator, because it'll help you orient this. So if you're a member of the crowd and you're looking looking into the arena, the tip of the spears is pointing towards you. So that would mean... Wait, what would that mean? That would hopefully tell me that as I'm looking at this painting, the eagle would be here in the far right. The angel would be here. The bull would be over this ways, and the lion would be here. But it's a matter of perspective. So the eagle on the right, the angel on the left. You are looking at it at this as if you're looking from the crowd's perspective. That is kind of interesting. I'm a little thrown off because the spear's in the middle. It's not quite oriented the way that I thought that it would be. But then again, I couldn't math yesterday either. So there is that. Oh, I see what they did here. I think. Yeah, okay. So on regular puzzle difficulty, that that set of photos will kind of show you exactly which rooms you have to go to. But it seems like instead of doing that zoom out, it's zooming in and showing you that, hey, these are the locations, but they're close-up photos instead of being something a lot easier to identify. I'm curious though, is it still the same as far as like the end password? It's a C, I think. It's an O. That looks like a D. It's an E there. It's R, N, a K. It's like a P. A Y. It looks like a D. Is that a D? We'll find out. That's like a D-O. It looks like an N. Okay, yeah, no, they changed it. They had to have changed it. Because the standard or the default standard puzzle difficulty has that answer as D done. Yeah, it looks so horrible too because it's in that red lighting and what have you. As if to say, we murdered someone. And it's that that hidden room. Let's see if we can one-shot this this mannequin. Normally I'd say let's skip that mannequin except for that apple. There's a second mannequin in here, but we don't really need to engage it. It's not like guarding any health items or anything like that, so might as well let it alone. But there's a nurse like right here. Oh, hey, that worked. I legit thought that we caught this nurse on the side. So if you catch the nurse on the side or the front, you're in for a long fight. But if you catch it on the back, then you can do devastating damage. I thought for a while that it was a one hit kill, but I got proven wrong, like severely wrong. Glad I didn't move away from that enemy, because if I had, would have given it enough time to get up and try to hurt us. Yeah, I'll admit, I forget the pathing for this portion of the map. I don't know that there's usable items to get from the rooms, the side rooms here or not. Can't remember for the life of me. This should be room 212. Oof, okay. Severely passed up that that door. Okay, this should be the throwback. Yeah, to the original suitcase. Just when there's a second enemy behind us. Trade a shotgun shell for 3 rifle rounds. It's a good deal. Oh, you still aren't dead? Goodness gracious. How rude. So we have to go into this conference room anyway to go get the clipboard. Clipboard's going to give us the key to 107, which lets us get the key to the fireplace. Since it's taking you this long to get to the conference room, might as well go ahead and drop by room 107. I'm leaving you the key when the guest has made quite a mess. Oh, you don't know the half of it. Like, it's a bad mess, but it's not as bad as what you might have seen in some other places. Hashtag just saying. They gotta meet Blue Twisted Steel. Okay, so we have the bolt cutter. Is that nurse alive again? I swear. How much ammo do we have to donate to that enemy for it to? Okay, no, it is the nurse. I was gonna say, how much ammo do we have to donate to that thing's forehead for it to stop trying to kill us already? Okay, so we need to get into room 318 here. That's gonna have one of the puzzle components that we need to get that red light. Okay, when we open up 217, it's going to drop, I think, the box containing a can opener in it. It looks like a wall that we could break. I think that leads us out to 214, but I can't remember exactly what all is in 214. Are your windows bursting with joy? It doesn't seem like it. I was kind of waiting for that monster to explode with some acid. Okay. Ah, there we are. Okay, so that nurse is still dead. That's good. You don't need these enemies coming back to life any more than they already are. So we need to head back down here so we can get the can opener. Out of this here box. Actually, no, it's more like a book with a cutout. Like a hidden compartment. Interesting. Interesting way to hide a can opener. Okay. And then we gotta open this up using our handy dandy bolt cutters. Haha. Okay, we got our light bulb. You know, I'd laugh if that light bulb is actually supposed to be like a part of the that display, and we just like absolutely borrowed it for our purposes. Now, if I'm not mistaken, Okay, yeah. Eventually, we'll be able to get back to 318. We just have to go through the conference room. Which, in order for us to do that, we need to go to 107. Which is over this ways. Before we do that, though, it wouldn't put it past myself to die because I'm being clumsy with some of these enemies. So we're going to go ahead and do a safety save here. Nope. We're going to go out here. We're going to take that shortcut to 107. Okay, that's creepy crawly. Nah, screw it. Really? These potted plants, I'm telling you, man. Couldn't back up because of the potted plant. What did I tell you about me being clumsy, though? Called it. Absolutely freaking called it. Note to staff, and while you're at it, be sure to sweep up the leaves out in the garden, and then you can get back to the fireplace. Yo, whoever is writing these notes is such a freaking jerk. Like, hashtag watch that tone. Be nice to your peoples. Yeah, somebody partied really hard in this place. That aftermath picture, pretty sure that's from here. Okay. There's a nurse out here. I know there is. There's also a handful of other baddies. Oh. Wow. You sucked with that aim. I was hoping that we could have spared ourselves that shotgun shell. Well, 3 shotgun shells, because, you know, horrible aim. By hitting this this nurse in the back, but didn't get to do that. Completely missed. As soon as that nurse turned, I was okay, like, yeah, no, this was a bad attempt. Just to be on the safe side, I don't like the idea that this thing might be able to come back and hurt us. Man, we getting that Resident Evil aim. The way that I'm shooting. fireplace key. And stay down. In some respects, though, I do like that they reuse the same enemies, kind of bring them back for that second fight. Gives you that feeling that no matter what, this place is menacing. Whew, okay. So, I know this is technically save scumming at this point. I really don't care. But we're going to go ahead and save again. Because I know this in particular is going to be... It's going to hurt. It's going to hurt. I'm going to try as best as is possible to get out of that that area with as little damage as is possible. We're not going to try to fight this this beast. Y'all will know in just a second when we activate this. So, you know how we get jump scared every once in a while, and we haven't really seen James get jump scared? Behold. Not sure where that grand clock is that let out that noise. But I like how James kind of turns and he's like, really?
God damn it.
And if you're wondering, well, how do I get into room 318? Hashtag Kool-Aid Man did this better. Two. And buckle my shoe. Come on, James. Stay focused, man. We're gonna skip. Skip the that cutscene again. We'll grab this. Okay, one over this ways. One over. Okay. And really? One. Okay. 2 and 3. And sneak out. Boom. I got too greedy. I'll admit that. So the first time that I tried to get to run out of there like that, I gotta admit, I was being too greedy. Okay, so what we want to do is go ahead and combine this with the can opener to open up this blood red paint, and then we're going to go ahead and combine this with our light bulb. can't access that conference room again. It's fully blocked out. Not that we want to anyway. And we're going to go ahead and safety save. Go in here. Place out the red light. Love Lust. Okay, here we go. Here we are. And this gives us the employee elevator key. Now we have two options. We can either continue on with this level, this east wing, or we can go down to the employee elevator and do that portion of this this game. Spoiler alert: we're gonna go and get the employee elevator piece first. Because let's also be honest, I like seeing this this place in decent condition like this. If we go and do the east wing first, then we're going to see this place become a little bit decrepit, and I don't really want that. I like how we're giving up a flashlight that we're not using anyway. So if you try to get onto that elevator, as is, you end up triggering an alarm, and it pretty much tells you, yeah, no, put away some items. You're exceeding the weight limit. So you have to go ahead and sacrifice like everything that you got with you. I wasn't sure if that could see us or not. In the original version of this game, it does mess with you about as much, if not a little bit more, because you have to individually place your items inside the cabinet instead of being able to categorically do it like we did here. Okay, I don't think they can really hear us. That's good. unfortunately, we gotta go in here. We're gonna have to make some noise. Also, kind of funny that James doesn't want to take that there rolling pin and do this La Chancla style. Okay. And take the green gemstone. We're gonna run. We're gonna look at this, see that it's bread, and run back out here. Yeah, so I think when you try to activate the elevator, the only thing you can have with you, your personal effects. So Mary's letter, the handkerchief, Mary's photo, but you can't have your maps or what have you. Or maybe you can. I just know you can't have your healing items, even the syringes. If you just had like 1 or 2 syringes, you can't take them with you. Same thing with, you know, all of your weapons, your flashlight, radio. You can't have that either. But they're all bundled together, so you couldn't try to take your radio alone, or your flashlight alone. It wouldn't let you do it. Nothing works. It just won't wash off. Order new sheets. Ew, bro, what you all been doing up in here? Where bleach is no longer able to clean anything. Oh, hi. Nope, we're gonna get out of its way. Hey, okay. I mean, I'll take it. I thought for sure that that was going to turn around and try to attack us. Okay, no joke. The first couple of playthroughs, like my first on stream and my first non off stream, or my can't English today. My first on stream, my first off stream playthroughs of this very close together. I never noticed that this was the diagram that you're trying to make. Not once did I look up and see this and realize that's what I have to mirror. I just kept messing around with the diagram until it accepted a correct answer. Okay. I'm gonna sneak on through here. And I gotta admit, this is kind of posh as far as like gigs go. I mean, it sucks that this manager is having to live in the basement of this hotel, but at the same time, you know, they don't have a bad gig. They got themselves, even though they're quote unquote basement level. Wait, not really basement level. Never mind. I'm thinking basement level because that's where we gotta go next. Anyway, you know, they're on the first floor of this hotel. They got a great view of whatever's out in front of the hotel. They got a TV room and a manager's office, like literally right next door to the manager's personal room. I mean, it sucks that they've got like that laundry room right there, but even then, it's not like really, really bad. Like it can't be that loud. So they should be able to get a decent night's sleep in their room like that. But literally, you know, you're only like down the hallway from your workplace, and even then, I mean, the whole hotel itself is their workplace, but their office specifically is like right there. That's so nice. You know, upstairs they got themselves a restaurant. They got themselves a bar in here. I mean, the only thing that sucks is that you legit can't really get away from work. Even when you're at home, you're at work. It's almost like work from home, just with a fancier place of employment. Okay, so got the red gemstone, green gemstone, and a blue gemstone. I'm thinking we have got to move this up here. Nope. Almost. Okay, there we go. There we are. And we get the code 7414. I still think it's so funny that they've got a heater down here saying I'm Johnny, I'm one hot guy. whoever put that inscription on that heater has got a really good sense of humor. Like I could definitely appreciate that. Okay, we got the employee break room down here. Get the videotape, the basement key. It's nice that they have both those together. That way you don't forget that you need to take the videotape with you. I still like how it defaults to you having to choose to open up this door with the basement key instead of the videotape. Like it defaults to choosing the videotape to unlock this door. I'm like, what? They say that certain types of videotapes can lead you on journeys and open doors, but not this one. Hashtag if you know, you know. Okay, so we know that the employee elevator is not going to be able to help us out. We do need to get to that maintenance room, though, because that's where I think that we've got a valve. Then from there, we need to head over to liquor storage so that we can get to the boiler room. And all the while, we got Gigantor swinging around down here. So we're going to duck in here. Go ahead and grab this valve. Admire the fact that we technically could pick up some weapons in here, but we don't. And I don't actually know if these are substantive enough to fight. Kind of a shame that we can't open up these lockers. Now it got alerted to us. Opening up that door. Aw? Not even some handgun ammo? Really? I feel gypped. Okay, so you end up heading over this ways. You place the valve, turn it, will deactivate that steam in front of us. And yay, we get more health items to add to our stash of what's already in the locker upstairs. Is there anything else down here that I could grab? Or just this key? So we get the Bar Venus key. And thankfully, we gotta take this valve back with us. Because we're gonna need this key right away. The Venus Bar Kitchen. And thankfully, you don't have to go traipsing around half this this basement. You just take that that valve with you. Okay, and that's going to increase the pressure for the pipes down here. Killed the freaking music though, which sucks. I love that music, man. It's the same theme that that you had heard back in Neely's bar earlier in the game, but the jukebox gets killed off by that water pipe bursting. Okay, so we have 2 figurines. We're going to need a third one. That's going to be up on 2nd floor. Really interesting theme for this this bar. But it fits well with it. I mean, honestly, the whole Venus Tears deal fits in with this being a Lakeview hotel. Plus, you know, the whole legend of the siren, the Maiden of the Lake, you know, leading this this dude to his doom. Now, technically, theoretically, I'm sure you could actually go and complete the puzzle up on the 2nd floor without having to come back and get your stuff. But let's be honest, we're crazy. We aren't that crazy. And I am very much glad that they didn't follow the original on this one. So in the original, when you step off the elevator, you're down on the 1st floor, just like you were just now, except there's only so much light. You can only check your map out if you have light around you, and you kind of have to feel your way around that first floor employee section. There's no enemies in the 1st floor, but if you go down to the basement in order to grab a few items and make your way through the Venus bar, then you end up running into mannequins. Thankfully for you, you know, you can run into them directly, and they don't automatically cause you any damage or try to grapple you or what have you. They may kick at you, but they're fairly easy to dodge and to maneuver around. I think, if anything, you had to get a can opener and the Venus bar key from like 2 different points in the basement. Then you head over to the kitchen, and you're able to open up a can that contains the light bulbs in the basement. You take one of those light bulbs, you place it in a socket in front of the Venus bar door, and that lets you use your keys to get out of the basement. You have to head back up to the second floor to the employee elevator room, sort of like we're in right now, except there's more mannequin legs waiting for you right outside the door. So just when you think that you managed to get out of the basement okay and into the rest of the hotel okay and you're safe, yeah, you're not safe. You get the equipment back though from the locker, and all of a sudden the mannequin legs that were outside that room are gone. So kind of an interesting thing that they did in the original. That again, I am really happy they didn't try to replicate that here. Even with the creepy crawlies, considering that they've got that long distance projectile vomit. Ew. They got that long distance projectile vomit attack. Like, no thank you. Absolutely not. Okay. And no joke, the first time that I had played through this, I really thought I messed up because I didn't go up to the third floor before I solved this puzzle. Didn't realize that it was already blocked off. Nothing? Really? Nothing in the medicine cabinet? Okay. Yeah, I know this enemy's just slithered underneath here. Hopefully we're far back. Sweet. I got a little worried there because I was like, okay, are we far enough back for this to avoid spitting acid all over us? This place is so skimpy on the resources. Oh wait, that's not a nurse. Health drink. Yeah, we're really gonna need a lot of those for the final few fights in this game. I really thought that was like a mannequin that was about ready to spring on us. So tired of the mannequins. Okay, we got the key to 202. So we're going to go ahead and use that right now. Oh, that's right. We did have the 102 key as well. You know what? Let's before we solve this puzzle, let's go ahead and head over to 102. I forgot that we had that key with us. And if I'm not mistaken, it's not like a huge amount of resources, but we'll take what we could get. Yeah, I was not gonna take any chances with that. Like, wait, is that enemy active? Yeah, this is a pretty decent haul. Also, pun only partially intended for that. It was what, like 3 rifle rounds, a health drink, a few shotgun shells, some handgun ammo. I'll take it. Okay, now we got to go finish up the second floor here. So let's do that. I hate doing this to the hotel too, because this is such a nice looking place. Kind of feel guilty doing it, but it fits the theme of this game very well. We're gonna go in here. We're gonna solve this puzzle, and we'll see that there's an underlying look to this place. That underneath the veneer of this beautiful looking hotel is a lot of rot. Mirror, mirror on the wall, who's the sweetest of them all? Peel away the shiny skin, see the rotting flesh within. Before we continue though, I do need to take a slight bio break, so we'll be right back. Alright. We're back. Got a little bit of water as well. Definitely need some water. Have not been hydrating as much as we should be. So, what's also kind of interesting is, sorry, excuse me. Each of these puzzles is being true to the different types of fairy tales that they're associated with. So, we had the Little Mermaid figurine in Venus Tears bar, where it was submerged partially in water. We had the fireplace with Cinderella, and now this is going to be Snow White. It's going to get a little bit interesting, a little bit more dingy once we complete this puzzle. But hey, at least all we gotta do is go straight from here to the music box and solve that puzzle. Wait, that looks like it could be an edge piece. Maybe not. I'm glad we didn't have to go far to find the mirror shard. I'm sure that it must be different in a different difficulty setting. But I'd hate to have to traipse around half this hotel trying to find this mirror shard that we need for this puzzle. Let's place the ripe apple. When you place this apple, you can see the figurine on the other side. If we enter that room before entering this room, we'll actually see that there's nothing there. Like no furniture, nothing. It's just an empty room. I don't think that these open. Yeah, they don't. You can't see the mirror over on this other side, so it really is a quote-unquote magic mirror that lets you look into this room. And you see these spiders coming on through, knocking out everything. Yeah, we are not hanging around. So under the veneer of that beautiful, beautiful hotel, as soon as you solve that puzzle, it turns it into this. Much, much less pleasant to look at. I will say also that my very, very first playthrough, when I saw those mannequin spiders running at us, I noped out so hard. I think I had all of one health drink and like 2 shotgun shells, no handgun ammo, and I was saving up my rifle ammo. So I was like, okay, yeah, no, we ain't fighting this. We just run. Ever since I knew that it was gonna work as a strategy, I was like, okay, you know what? I don't understand why I'd want to waste resources going up against those. Okay. All right, and let's see here. We need to make sure that these are lined up so that they go from their starting positions into those doorways. Okay, I think this is right. It looks right. Okay, cool. In a slumber deep, in a poisoned sleep, on a bed of stone, dreamless, all alone. And so she wept in silence, with no prince to marry, her life to be forfeit, heartbroken and solitary. When the clock would strike into the dead of night, hastily she would delve alone, all by herself. Okay. So this would be Snow White and the Seven Dwarves. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. She wept in silence, no prince to marry, her life to be forfeit, heartbroken and solitary. Shoot, I'm trying to remember. She wept in silence, no prince to marry, so I imagine we wind this up twice. Because it's the Little Mermaid sacrificing her voice for her 2 legs. And Cinderella with the 1 shoe. When the clock would strike into the dead night, hastily she would delve alone, all by herself. So, if I'm mistaken, when Cinderella hears the bell chime midnight, she takes off and she leaves behind 1 shoe. Let's see if this is right. Okay. Maybe 3? Nope. Heartbroken and solitary. Okay, so that's 1. What about this? Okay, good. Seven turns. Let's see if that goes through. No, it doesn't. Okay. Whoa. Okay. That is so weird. 1 apiece. I really wouldn't have guessed that any other way, but I guess that makes sense in the context of this puzzle. It's also kind of sad because they do mention how, you know, they're alone. Each of them is alone after making the decisions they had made. You again left and forgot to press enter that you're getting food. Oh, no worries, Mino. I just appreciate you being here, man. Okay, so this would normally be where we go to get the dog ending. especially if this is true to the original, that observation room is where you use the key. And after 3 years, James has returned.
Are you taping again? Come on. I don't know why, but I just love it here. It's so peaceful. You know what I heard? This whole area used to be a sacred place. I think I can see why. It's too bad we have to leave. Promise you'll take me again, James?
You know, also, Mino, I just want to say thank you so much for hanging out with us on your birthday of all days. I hope that that your special day is going well. I especially hope
Hey,
that
There you are.
your
Do you
food
know where
is
Mary is?
good and delicious. Did you manage to get yourself a little something special
Why?
for some dinner?
Talk to me.
Mary's gone.
Sorry, y'all.
She's dead.
Liar. That's a lie.
No. It's the truth.
She died because she was sick.
I killed her.
Killer! Why'd you do it? I hate you! I want her back. Give her back to me. I knew it. You didn't care about her. I hate you, James! I hate you! I hate you! I hate you! She was always waiting for you. Why? Why?
I'm sorry. Mary, you know, isn't here.
You know, it's sad that Laura ends up going to Silent Hill because, as I understand it, when she had read that letter from Mary saying that she's headed to Silent Hill, or that she's gone, she's going away. I think that
Mary?
Laura had interpreted it as she's going back to Silent Hill instead of the truth, which is Mary's gonna die.
But where? Where are you?
You're so close now. Please, don't give up. Don't leave me out here, James. James.
It's also interesting because in the original game, like once you reach this point, you end up, I think, having that conversation with Laura. Laura runs away, and you enter the otherworld version of this hotel. The only thing is that when you access your map, you see that you're writing all of your notes in purple, and nothing makes physical sense. Like you open up a door in the east wing of the hotel, and you end up walking into a hallway on the west wing of this hotel, and vice versa. The doors send you to different places along the map, but eventually, after so much exploration, you end up getting to uh, where you encounter your next boss fight. Let's just put it that way. Here, it's a similar concept, just that they kind of force you down, I think, one road. And if I'm not mistaken, I can't remember for the life of me exactly, but there's no enemies in this remake. The otherworld version of this just lets you wander the hotel for a little bit, unchallenged, able to kind of just explore and gather as much resources as you can get your hands on. But if I also remember correctly, in the original, it's not the case. You actually do get challenged by a handful of enemies. Like, it's not super dangerous, but it's enough of an enemy presence that you're still kind of on guard. And this is literally the only time we get to see this portion of the third floor. And this droning music that you hear, as unsettling as it is, this plays the entire time that you're in the original, Silent Hill 2 hotel, like the Otherworld hotel. I think in this game, this remake, you hear this only on the third floor, and then it goes away after a bit. Okay, I think. Can we open up this door? Okay, perfect. Want to check and see, make sure that we didn't miss anything back here as well. Because especially, you know, it's good that we're finding ammo, but it'd be way nicer if we've also found health items. Ammo's going to help us out a tremendous amount, but it'll only take us so far. It's also during this sequence that you can find a little bit more information and a little bit more of a hint of what all went down after Mary got her diagnosis. And I do have to use that word extremely loosely because she doesn't get a formal diagnosis as to what kind of illness she's fighting. There's hints to it, but the illness is intentionally left vague. For a very good multitude of reasons. But you get to hear a little bit more about how James and Mary were coping with what's going on with Mary. Looking at how much time Mary had to live, according to the doctors, you know, their projection, based off of her lack of response to just about every treatment they could think of. They do omit it here, but if I'm remembering correctly, they didn't know whether Mary would have like 3 weeks or 3 months or 3 years to live. Her prognosis was not looking good. The doctors were not thinking that she's going to pull through by any stretch of the imagination. But they also weren't sure, how quickly she was going to decline. So, we also don't really have a good idea or a good handle of exactly how long it had taken before Mary went from reasonably good health to she gets murdered by James. But when you hear the desperation in James's voice, like looking at these doctors and saying, "Hey, it's your job to heal my wife. Like, what are you doing?" Then you really realize how much he loves her, even with some of the thoughts that that James was being a little bit more hateful and resentful of his situation, not really being able to live his life the way he wants to, and not really being able to move forward in life with Mary. So him potentially having wandering eyes and potentially having an affair, even with all of that on the table, you could tell that that James still had some love for Mary as well. There is no healing of thy bruises, thy wound is grievous. And I actually do like that that wording a lot, pretty much saying that, hey, you know, these aren't bruises that are just gonna heal up. But we're dealing with a full-fledged wound that you're not going to be able to heal from. It's our final leap of faith. Wash yourselves, make yourselves clean, remove the evil of your deeds from my sight. Don't know about that, but we're gonna sure as heck wash down that humble pie that James is gonna be enjoying in a little bit here with that their nutritional supplement drink. So we're in the reading room again, and where we had seen a picture of a person impaled with 2 spears and 4 different animals. We have these 2 symbols. Still not quite sure what they mean. Oh, I'm sorry. 4 symbols. Still not sure what they mean. But I know that they do have some sort of significance with the cult in Silent Hill. And I am so very thankful that at least it doesn't seem like we're gonna have any more fights until the boss, because if I had to fight mannequins and creepy crawlies in this map, dude, that would suck so much, so much. Not sure that I could pull it off competently without having to burn like 50 million health items. We got 16, you know, using that that health drink there just gave us a little boost to about 200% of normal. Oh, right, we gotta go up and over. When we drop in here, I believe that this is the nurse's room in this this hotel. We had previously seen that Mary's medical file was here. Now we also have this tape.
If there's any wisdom to be had
So oddly enough, that sounds a lot like the director of Brookhaven Hospital. This game really gives you Saw vibes. Yeah, it does sound very much like John Kramer. Um, I'm not sure if this is supposed to be the director of Brookhaven, speaking about not just Mary, but also James. The death games, the creepy voice. Yeah.
All that suffering. I'm no longer sure if it was of any use, if it meant anything at all. I can't say if this newfound understanding, if there's any wisdom to be had in all that happened. I suppose that's for you to learn, and I hope you will.
So on the one hand, you know, especially knowing about how obsessive the director of Brookhaven Hospital was at curing his patients. On the one hand, if this is the director's voice, then it's interesting to see that that they're so resigned to the fact that Mary's gonna die. It's also interesting to think of how, you know, we look at Mary's treatment, and this guy is acknowledging that, hey, we're not sure if any of that suffering that we just put Mary through, trying to cure her, was worth anything at all, if it did anything to help her out, if there's any real point to it. So interesting to see that acknowledgement. At the same time, also interesting to think about as far as looking at James and his own internal suffering. You know, has he learned enough from what he suffered, knowing that Mary won't be cured, knowing that he's put himself into cycle after cycle after cycle of going into Silent Hill. I hope that you will learn something from this, because it's almost like the director's talking to James and saying, like, hey, you know, all that suffering, you knew that she couldn't be healed. What have you learned from this? What have you learned from punishing yourself? And it would make sense that if James himself had been a townsperson in Silent Hill, that he could have actually been a patient under the director of Brookhaven Hospital's care. Like, he could have actually been one of the three referenced in those notes, like one of the three quote unquote uncurable patients, because we know definitively what happened to two of them. One of them got lobotomized and had been cured that way. One of them got ECT'd, you know, electroshock therapy, and had been supposedly cured that way. The third one, they just kind of locked them away and threw away the key. They had been mentioning how they had been locked away for 1 year, fed so many pills, and if anything, it seemed like they had stolen the key to the rooftop and did something. And it was interesting how they had mentioned that it mirrored an incident that had happened years before in the hospital. So we're not sure if the third patient is actually James, and that James was able to get out of the hospital, like get discharged home, even though he technically didn't make any real progress. And again, this is me seriously spitballing, because the game can take you in so many different directions with the lore. There is some hint, in my humble opinion, there is some hint that James was actually a patient. Just looking at the notes that are left around town about how they witnessed somebody in the hospital had witnessed James going to the Lady of the Lake statue in Rosewater Park. They had noticed that. They had also noticed that it seems like James or the patient or what have you had been happy in being in this otherworld environment, where it's a place that's neither here nor there, but it's a place that's kind of outside the bounds of reality. Okay, we are definitely turning on our flashlight here because it's almost pitch black down there. So it could be that 2 of the 3 patients had been cured, and the third one not so much cured, but in the process. That they kind of locked themselves away from being able to progress and to be cured. And it also would kind of explain how and why Laura, of all folks, would be in this town trying to get to Brookhaven to potentially get a letter out of the locker, out of Rachel's locker, for herself and for James. Like, it could have been the case where Laura had been a patient, had gotten better, and then came back to Silent Hill and explored this place because this is where Mary had wanted to go back to instead of being cooped up in the hospital. But in some respects, it does explain why Laura's been found all around town. It goes to the apartments to go see if Mary's there. Goes to the hospital to go see if she can get her hands on the letter, and to try to find a clue of where Mary is, and then heading over to the inn because there's just no other place for her to check.
Mama? Mama! I was looking for you. You're the only one left. Maybe then I can finally rest. Mama. What's wrong? Wait. You're not my mama. It's you.
I'm sorry, Angela. I think you were right. What we're looking for, it's not here. Not anymore.
Thank you for helping me earlier. But I wish you hadn't. Even Mama said it. I deserve what happened.
No, Angela, that is not true.
Don't pity me. I'm not worth it. Or maybe you think you can save me? Will you love me? Care for me? Heal all my pain? That's what I thought. James. Give me back the knife.
No, I won't.
Saving it for yourself. Have it your way. It doesn't change anything.
You know, it stings so bad to see that there's no way to save Angela, even in the remake. Though to be fair,
It's hot as
I don't know
hell
that
in
James
here.
would be the right person to save Angela either.
You see it too? For me, it's always like this.
So, fun fact, in the OG, you can actually try to run after Angela. I don't know if you actually take real in-game damage, but I know that every time you try to approach Angela, because the flames, you're kind of pushed back. James will recoil every single time. But it's heavily implied that because you don't give back the knife, that Angela is leaving to find another way to hurt herself. And it's sad because I think at this point, like, she realizes she'll never be able to find her mom. And we're still not entirely sure of whether it's a good thing that she finds her mom, or if it's a bad thing that she does. We don't know if she'll look at them with glee and say, "Hey, you know, I can feel comfortable now that I found my mom," or if it's a, "Hey, I found my mom. Now I'm going to get some revenge." Because we are aware of the fact that Angela was left to her own devices. That Angela's mom didn't do anything to protect her from her dad's abuse. If anything, I think she actually kind of threw gasoline on the fire by telling Angela that she deserved it. So, not quite sure if it's one of those cases where not sure if it's one of those cases where Angela would do like a murder-suicide kind of a deal. 312 to be cleared out. No one's returning. Interesting also, because we found that other note that said, hey, you know... Oh, what is this? Do we have a key to this? Nah. That safe was not there before. Yeah, we're not sure if it would have been like a murder-suicide between Angela and her mom, or if Angela would actually say, hey, you know, here's my mom, I'm happy now, maybe I can start this healing, or what have you. It's interesting also that they wrote down 312 is going to be vacated because we know that, you know, James has an indefinite stay with the hotel, and that rent has been paid in full. Pretty much kind of looking at it and saying, hey, he's done, son. The entire thing with you know, 312 is not going to be returning is very similar actually to what we saw with 208 or 201. It was 201 in the apartments, where it just straight says that they're not returning, and we need to get things ready for them. Yes, the way I interpret it is, you know, whoever was in 201, I'm supposing, spitballing that it might have been James and Mary. They're not returning to that room, and for James and Mary also having a spot in the hotel, they're not returning there either. So it's kind of one of those, no matter what path James takes to move forward, he can't go back to his old life, and he can't go back to that special place that he and Mary had shared, that special time that they had shared. There's just no way to do it. Could also be that James has been stuck in this Silent Hill cycle for that long a time that folks are just like, where did this guy go? He's not coming back. I do love that they kept this this icon, this Wallace Saves from the OG. I think that they were actually functional. Like it's not just the one square like you would here. You come on up and then you just see the one sheet that you can interact with. I'm pretty sure you could have interacted with any of them in the OG. Okay, let's see how we do with this fight.
James!
Leave her alone. Leave us both the hell alone.
Poor Maria. Not getting the ability to choose strangulation or skewering is pretty much James's prisoner.
I know what you are. I know why.
He just keeps manifesting her.
It's all over now. I don't need you anymore.
I like how they come on down. And they're just like, hey, we just want to talk. Okay, that didn't go nearly as smooth as I had hoped it would. As much as is possible, I want to use one item or less for this fight, because we're definitely going to need more healing for the final boss. Dodged. Yeah, I dodged too soon. 3 times in this. Dang, that's on that backhand. Oh, we were close. We were close, man. Ah, that sucked. Saw that, bro. There we go. That's what I was looking for. That's what I was looking for. So, the other thing that's kind of mystifying to me about this whole fight and about Pyramid Head's design is you can clearly see when he pulls his head back to try to impale his head on his spear. You can clearly see that the spear's protruding from a spot that's pretty high up in that helmet. So, sometimes you would look at this and be like, okay, is the Pyramid Head really like this person's head? Or is it a mask? Or is it a helmet? Like, what is this exactly? And it leans a lot more towards it's just a helmet. But the other thing that's kind of interesting about this this character design is that you remember how they had mentioned something about red and white? And the combo being like bad luck, and especially if you have it as a bouquet of roses, it's bad to combine the two. You can kind of say the same about this. This is James's bad luck of having to go up against these Pyramid Head creatures, but it also mirrors, in some respects, what you see with the prison when the first uniforms you see in the paintings is a dude with two dudes with a white robe and a red hood with a cross across it. So it kind of makes me wonder if Pyramid Head is not just a creature of James's imagination, meant to punish himself and to propel him forward that way, to be his executioner and to judge him, but also if Pyramid Head is a manifestation of the cult's work, and if that's their punishing figure or what have you. It's not fully conjured up just by James, but also
What do you want,
part of the
James?
cult.
Flowers? I don't want any damn flowers. Just go home already. Look at me. I'm disgusting.
Between the disease and the drugs, I look like a monster. Well, what are you looking at? Get the hell out of here. Leave me alone already. I'm no use to anyone. I'll be dead soon anyway. It'd be easier if they just killed me. But I guess the hospital's making a nice profit off of me. Why are you still here? I told you to go. Are you deaf? Don't come back. James. Wait. Please. Don't go. Don't leave me alone. I didn't mean what I said. Please. Tell me I'll be okay. Tell me I'm not gonna die. Help me.
I wish, Mary. I wish. How nice it would have been for them to be able to live their lives, you know, without this disease haunting them and stealing that time away from them. You know, when you hear that, and I'm going to make the assumption that it's the director of Brookhaven, when you hear him talking about how Mary won't be cured, and after seeing how obsessive the dude was over curing his patients, to hear him make that admission that she won't be cured is just that much more heartbreaking. If anyone deserved a fruitful life out of all of this, it seems like it would have been Mary. You know, she did have her moments of being abusive and being nasty towards James, lashing out at him out of anger. But at the same time, I just kind of look at it like, man, she totally deserved to be able to live her life. Not to say that it diminishes anything from Angela as well, but between James and Mary, James potentially cheating on her and what have you, girl did not deserve to get treated like that.
Mary? I have missed you so much.
I've missed you too. We can finally be together. Forever.
And this is the mistake that James had been making all along, is perpetuating that cycle.
No.
James.
He knows.
Honey.
He knows it's you, Maria.
What's wrong?
I'm sorry. I know you tried,
James, please.
but she's gone. I know that now.
Stop it.
And I can't just keep pretending.
Shut up! What do you want? Do you even know anymore? I'm yours. I'm here for you. So what if I'm not her? I can give you what she never could. I can be better than her. What else do you want me to be?
Awkward to see this dialogue and to see this fight. And to have James get the Maria ending.
Sorry, Maria, I really am. But this has to stop.
It's like
It's
you're
time to let
thinking
it go.
James is about ready to let go of all of this, and then he takes Maria in with wide open arms. Just that last minute denial.
No.
What?
I won't let you do this to me. I won't let you go. I can't!
I mean, to also be fair, without James, Maria doesn't exist. Okay, so that's phase one. This was a part of the game that I was not expecting for us to get knocked down here. Oh, goodness. This is why I was so adamant about I gotta get more health items. I know I'm playing a little bit more recklessly because of the fact that I know that we got health. That's part of the fun of this sequence is now I can absolutely play without having to be like super strategic about things. Find that we're at the ruins of this building, and on the same level as Maria over here. off like that too. That first attack that she had made, if she had just stayed right where she was, James wouldn't have had anywhere to go. Hey, we got the leave ending again.
Mary.
Hey, handsome.
Sorry.
Don't be. I told you. I wanted the pain to end.
Yeah. You did. But that's not why I did it. The truth is, I hated you. I wanted you out of the way. I wanted my life back.
If that's true, then why do you look so sad?
Mary.
It's okay, James. Here.
What is this?
It's what you've been looking for. In my restless dreams, I see that town. Silent Hill. You promised you'd take me there again someday. But you never did. Well, I'm alone there now. In our special place. Waiting for you to come and see me. But you never do. So, I wait. Wrapped in my cocoon of pain and loneliness. I know, I've done a terrible thing to you. I wish I could change that, but I can't. I feel so pathetic and ugly laying here. Every day I stare up at the cracks in the ceiling, and all I can think about is how unfair it is. The doctor came today. Told me I could go home for a short stay. It's not that I'm getting better. It's just that this could be my last chance. Even so, I'm glad to be coming home. I missed you so much. But I'm afraid, James. I'm afraid you don't really want me to come home. Every time you come to see me, I can tell how hard it is on you. I don't know if you hate me or pity me. Maybe I just disgust you. I'm so sorry. When I first learned I was gonna die, I couldn't accept it. I was so angry. I struck out at everyone I loved. Especially you. And that's why I understand if you hate me. But I want you to know, I will always love you. Even though our life together had to end like this, I still wouldn't trade it for the world. Well,
Leroy
has gone on.
Jenkins.
So, I'll say
Welcome
goodbye.
on in, Randall.
I told the nurse to give this to you after
How
I'm
you
gone.
doing today?
Which means that as you're reading this, I'm already dead. But that's okay. I'm not afraid of it anymore. I just hope the pain will end soon. So that you remember me for who I was. And not what the disease made me. I want you to go on. I want you to live. For yourself. And for others. Like you did for me. James. You made me happy.
You're doing okay. You're in Canada still. Attended a concert. Had a great time. I'm glad. So happy for you, Randall. How long are you in Canada for? And if you don't mind my asking, back in Toronto? Until Tuesday. Nice. Please, please, please live it up for me. Honestly, I miss being there so much, and I can't wait until I get to go back. You're in Toronto yesterday and today. Nice, very nice. Oh, but you're staying someplace else. Okay, that's cool, that's cool. We died 15 times in this run. Totally understood why. So we had died 15 times here. We've cleared out endings twice over now. I know that we had the leave ending twice now. In my other playthrough off stream, I had gotten the in water ending because I just took so much damage and was constantly in the red. Like not the caution screen or the you're gonna die screen, but enough time with the red border to know that that I was not doing so good, and I had a feeling that that was going to feed into the end water ending because that's how it calculates when you play the original. Your internet messed up, but yay for the ending. Ooh, I am so sorry, Mino. And thank you also for the GGs. Yeah, it's interesting that you have 8 different endings now. I think in the original there had been 6 endings. There's the leave ending, the in water ending, the Maria ending, UFO ending, there's a ritual ending, there's a dog ending, which I think is the UFO ending, and I think of it. But I know that they added 2 extras for this remake. I think we came close to getting the ritual ending because the items that we picked up, I think there's 4 pieces that you need to have in your inventory, and then when you beat the game, you get that that ending. So possibly that we came like danger close to getting the ritual ending, but yeah, I've got to go revisit this this game to try to get all the other endings, and of course, you know, with each playthrough, I'm hoping to do so on stream and to have a variance of different rules. So this was our Eddie run. I only halfway regret it. And we do have to kind of clarify points where you can and should use your flashlight versus points where it's not allowed at all to use. The labyrinth, I think the first 2 portions of the labyrinth, having to go through the rotten area and the desolate area, both of those definitely warrant having the flashlight on, because there's just no ambient light whatsoever. So the decayed portion, you can get stuck in that huge room with the graded floors, simply because you're not able to see where you're supposed to go, and you're gonna miss the crawl spaces and what have you, unless you more or less memorize like exactly how many steps to take in each direction. So I kind of feel that, you know, that should get a pass. Same thing with the flooded area, the desolate area with the underwater level piece. There's enough sections of that that level that I don't think you could easily or competently navigate it, especially when you start running into enemies in places with no light whatsoever. easy to either get turned around, easy to get disoriented from fighting. I don't see a way to get around that. So those two portions would definitely warrant using the flashlight. Right after the Eddie fight, so that you can get out of that that room. Right after the abstract daddy fight, so you can get out of the apartment. And that's probably about it. Like, oh no, I take that back. And there's a puzzle in Brookhaven Hospital to get to the filthy bracelet. Once you get the combination for the X-rays, you're gonna need your light to be able to activate that puzzle. Unless again you memorize like how it's configured and what have you. But this was an interesting playthrough. I'm still kind of shaking and terrified that we did this. But I'm overall glad that we did. Not an easy run by any stretch of the imagination. And I have to reiterate that I was definitely feeling exceptionally vulnerable through a majority of this playthrough. Not knowing where the enemies are, not being able to explore areas that I normally would with the use of the flashlight, not being able to get those hidden items, hidden health, hidden ammo that we otherwise could get our hands on because of the fact that they're in rooms and in hallways that were just shrouded in darkness. Like the prison run especially was probably the shortest I've done because of the fact that we just skip A block, skip B block, we skip a huge chunk of D block and C block. Probably the most challenging piece was getting the weight from the shower room and trying to get out of there. Because I think as soon as you pick up the weight, the lights cut off no matter how much time you've got left on the timer. So you make your way back to the shower room. We absolutely got wrecked trying to get out of the toilets because I kept trying to find the crawl space, not realizing for a little while there that I could just go for the doorway, because the barricade is broken. You can just run straight out of the toilets instead of having to crawl through like you did on the way in. We definitely skipped out on all of the cells that were in the executioners, death row section of the prison. We didn't explore any of that because of how dark it was, and the same can be said for the basement and the cells located down there. So literally, there was zero exploration with the prison, just because of how dark it was and not being able to control the lights. So I will say that was it was kind of cool that they didn't make us have to rely on the flashlight too much in there, but at the same time, I'm kind of sad that we didn't have the chance to explore a little bit more. Yeah, this run was interesting. I think I felt most terrified when we were in the other world apartments, just because of the third floor map and the layout of the apartment complex before you get the hour hand. Like when you drop into that room, that centralized room that's got all those different walls broken down, and it's just like one huge space that connects to a hallway, a really darkened hallway, and there's not really a lot of places for you to maneuver to try to hide from the enemies or to be able to dodge. That was terrifying for me. I kind of felt that it was a easy place to get ambushed, to have to do 2-on-1 fights or 3-on-1 fights. It actually proved to be true because once we got the key to room 306, I think, the entrance to 306 is in a darkened nub of the hallway, so we had to kill whatever we could right outside that door, walk into that room, knowing that there's like 1 or 2 enemies in there, fight blind, and then go through the crawl space to get the valve. When we got the valve and had to go into the room with the radio, I think I died like 3 times in that hallway, because when you come on out into the hallway from the apartment, you have 1 creepy crawly in front of you, 1 mannequin monster on your right hand side that starts attacking you, and if you keep going down that hallway, there's another mannequin that's waiting behind one of the pillars there. So you're easily in a 3v1 and you can't see crap. Like, there's a little sliver of hallway there that you can fight in. That's well lit. Relatively well lit for the area. So I will say that that was when I was feeling the absolute most vulnerable, and was just like, yeah, no, we are not even going to try to fight in this space. We're just going to run like heck and hope that these guys don't follow us into the radio room. Probably the second most terrifying area was Brookhaven Hospital, Otherworld, prisoner puzzle. And I say prisoner because it's the person who was confined to their treatment room, and it's the puzzle where you look at the sheet of paper and it says that they've been there for a year. They've been getting fed pills. The pills are making them sick. They've got this really weird hole in the wall that says, "Hey, watch it go dark." We didn't activate the clock whatsoever because I knew that once we trigger that, you have 2 nurses coming after you, plus I think like 1 creepy crawly or 1 mannequin or some combination thereof. So upwards of 4 enemies trying to kill you, and there's no light. Like once you activate the alarm, you can go to a room that has a little bit of light in it and potentially maneuver around your enemies, but try to get back into the hallway to where the lockbox is. The entire place is dark AF, and you can get attacked the entire time. So I was like, yeah, no. I think we end up compromising on that, where we hopped the wall into that area. We took as many items as we could, but we didn't activate the clock. And I remember thinking to myself, I'm like, I'm really glad that I made this compromise instead of activating it, because we would have been stuck there forever. I'm also happy that we didn't actually have to resort to using the chainsaw, because I really thought that we were going to have to do it with flesh lips. But thankfully that fight went a lot smoother than I had bargained for. Still terrifying that we had to get that close and personal with flesh lips, not being able to use any guns whatsoever, but we made it happen. I think one of the areas that I especially regretted having to navigate is the nighttime Silent Hill, while we're trying to get from Brookhaven Hospital to the Historical Society. I know that I skipped over one of the diners. Like I just ran straight through it, did not stop. And in Happy Burger, we jetted quick. Like saw the fence. We went through the fence. We ran right around the corner through the back door of this burger joint. Juked into the dining area, and I think we got caught once by a nurse, second time by mannequin leg, and I thought for sure we were gonna die there. But as soon as the enemies let us go, we were able to climb out the window, and they didn't follow us, which was seriously lucky on our part. Dashed across over to Bar Neely's, and I think that automatically triggered the enemies to back away from attacking us. But usually I would still try to scavenge that area, if anything. I also was tempted to go into the second route that you can use to get to Bar Neely's. With this run in particular, that would have been a death sentence because you have to vault up and over into what looks like a storage warehouse. And as soon as you land, there's no light in there whatsoever. The only time that gets lit up is when you get away from the storage area and you get into the front of the shop. They have lights there. So we missed out on some interesting places that I think would have had some great loot. Just because of the no flashlight rule for a majority of this game. But it was fun. It was terrifying, but it was fun. We challenged ourselves. We made it through okay. The increased difficulty for the riddles was also interesting. Different stories that we got to see for the coin puzzle. That was a little bit more cerebral than I had expected, and let's be honest, I got confused with like half of it at one point. The moth puzzle wasn't bad. The clock puzzle wasn't bad. It was interesting to see how they had changed up their interpretation of like where each hand would go. The motel puzzle, the safe puzzle, that sucked so bad. Not because it was particularly gruesome or anything of sorts, but because it took me like 10 minutes to do math. And I'm like, really? Like, usually I'm a whole lot better at doing mental math than what I had shown on stream. What other puzzles did we encounter? The one in the hospital, Brookhaven Hospital, regular Silent Hill, was interesting. Not being able to look at the pictures in the lobby and just be able to say doctors, nurses, trees, but having to actually think about, okay, these are the baseline references, and then they say like half of the trees for firewood, and oh yeah, by the way, if you have the maximum number of nurses from that photo, you're still one short, and you have one I think like one retired or one dead, and one these nurses are fraud. So having to do the math on those numbers, that was interesting. Let's see, what other puzzles? Oh gosh, yeah, how could I forget the puzzles in the prison? I really like how they had changed up the poems there, and the narrative about which convicts were really taking joy from what they were doing, or being greedy about things, or being pretty murderous about things. It felt a little bit more cerebral than having the standard difficulty level, but at the same time, it did paint a different picture as to, okay, like how bad, how evil were some of these criminals. So interesting to see that. That was a lot of fun, as morbid and dark as that is. And I mean, really just so much we had been able to see in this run that I think was very much worth it to see, and definitely made it worth the terrifying moments and those moments of regret of, you know, did I make a serious mistake with this playthrough. I think if anything, I really wish that I had smoothed out all the graphics settings and the audio settings for the first half of the playthrough. I wish I could say go check it out and you'll see what I'm talking about, like how much I blundered. But the VOD doesn't exist because even though I had everything set up correctly, like VOD autosave and everything, it never registered. So can't really publish a VOD that doesn't exist. I was hoping that it was just taking a while for it to render, but apparently that's not the case. Like overnight, it didn't load up. So just in case it happens again, we are also recording this separately. But yeah, it like I wish I could show you guys like how terrified I had been in the first half of this run. And I know that I was whining to no end while in the Otherworld apartments about how I wish that there was a little bit more lighting, and yeah, it was just from me being absolutely aware of the fact that I could get wrecked at any moment, and being pretty scared about resource management at that point, knowing that I was going to need a healthy chunk of healing items to be able to make it through the hospital, to make it through the Flesh Lips fight, and to get to the prison okay. Just knowing that once we hit the prison, things were going to get a lot easier, because then we could use our handgun, we could use our shotgun. Still kind of nice that we started the prison with like 465 bullets, I think, of like handgun ammunition. We had a decent chunk of shotgun shells, like 50 shotgun shells, some outrageous number. And, you know, over the time that we were able to start to scavenge rifle rounds, I think we ended up with like a good 30 to 40 of those. Didn't have to use the rifle, thankfully, but at the same time, it was still an option for us. Which, in all honesty, if I had to choose between the three weapons that we have, shotgun all the way, because it's got the power, but it also has a quicker reload time and easier maneuverability than using the rifle. But that's just me. I don't know if we're going to do another Eddie run at some point or other. Part of me is kind of wanting to, because I think I could do better than I did with this run, especially knowing what we know about which areas you actually have to use your flashlight in, and just knowing how this run plays out once you get to like the prison and what have you. Plus, yeah, I kind of feel bad that there isn't a part 1 VOD to this run, so I kind of feel like we should go back and do another Eddie run. At the same time, I'm also contemplating doing an Angela run, which is essentially we're gonna bump this this combat difficulty down to the easiest possible setting. We did learn that lesson from this run, that if we're gonna do essentially like a pacifist style run, that we're gonna really need to lower the difficulty settings for my skill set. So I'm kind of interested in doing that. I just don't know when, and I don't know if I'm 1,000% sold on it, because the rules would be very similar. No flashlight except for those areas that you absolutely have to use your flashlight, like the labyrinth, like we had mentioned a little earlier. No, no radio, which didn't really make a difference anyway. My opinion. I think if anything, we were able to sneak around a little bit better without the radio, and James just being aware of the mannequins, like having his melee weapon out, gave us enough warning versus the radio. We didn't have the distractions of having to try to find if we had a real enemy to deal with versus a scarab. So I think that in this kind of case, the radio being off was beneficial for us. But that's another rule for the Angela run. So no flashlight except for essentials. No radio. Least number of kills for the entire run, not just the first half. Can use melee weapons. I don't know if with the Angela run, if we want to include being able to use any of our projectile weapons. Might be the case where we just skip it and we only use like a pistol or something for getting the can opener in the hotel. Theoretically, though, I feel from the trophies that are available and the achievements are available on Steam, and I'm imagining on the PlayStation console, you can actually do this entire game without ever firing a shot. That might be, Angela run right there. But for now, and I know I'm rambling, I'm sorry guys, for now, I'm just processing the run that we just had, the journey that we just had. I'm still kind of coming down from the anxiety and the terror of what we just experienced. And we're going to call this pretty soon. I should also mention that we're going to try to go back to Resident Evil 2 Remake, because we didn't finish the entire thing. Like, I've heard that with the RE2 Remake, like, you've got Leon's story, you've got Claire's story. We went through Leon's story. I've heard that Claire's story for the second run is virtually the same. Some small differences here and there, which in some respects mirrors what we had seen with the original Resident Evil 2. But it doesn't have as much of that impact of if you took stuff from item storage or what have you in one person's run, then it would severely affect what was available to you during the second run. We still have to go back though, and for completion's sake, do a Claire's run for the second run. I don't know if we're going to do that the next time that we stream or the stream after that, but we still have to go back and do that. I do want to revisit the other entries in the Resident Evil series, whether it's the original on the PlayStation or the remakes. I do have Resident Evil 3 Remake. I've got Resident Evil 4 Remake. Pretty sure I've got RE Village. So I do want to play each of those games at some point or other. Of course, we want to come back to Silent Hill 2 Remake and get the other endings, as well as do these different challenge runs, whether it's an Eddie run, an Angela run, whether we let ourselves go ham and just have a great time using the chainsaw, and no restrictions on using a radio or a flashlight or what have you. I do want to have a fun run like that as well. Plus, of course, doing a playthrough, like a simultaneous playthrough of Silent Hill 2 original and Silent Hill 2 remake, because there is that fan theory out there that James has been repeating this cycle of going through Silent Hill for some time now. And since we know that that the town itself can adjust itself and its appearance dependent on the person and depending on what you've done in the town, it wouldn't surprise me if that fan theory ends up being extremely viable. Just that over time, it's transformed from what you see in the original to what you see here. But there's nothing like being able to do that side by side comparison where we start the game, whether it's in the original or in the remake. Chances are we're going to start square one, Silent Hill 2 original, play until we get through the apartments, then go into the remake, play until we get through the apartments there, go back to the original, and just keep flipping between the two. It's also possible because I've got the original PS2 console, so we can set that up and set it up to Elgato capture, and at the same time have Silent Hill 2 remake active on the computer here, and switch over to the game capture screen in OBS. So definitely a lot of things I want to do with this franchise as well as the Resident Evil franchise. We still haven't forgotten some of the other games on our lineup. So Disciples 2, we want to go back to that. We want to go back to some of the games that we had started many moons ago but never got through, like Extermination on the PS2. Silent Hill 3. I haven't forgotten that one. I just know how much I sucked at that game, and I'm still trying to get myself psyched up enough to be able to go into it and survive. It's a short game. I think Silent Hill 3 is supposed to clock in at like 6 to 8 hours, but considering how I've been playing it so far, it's gonna take considerably longer than that, because Heather is not a fighter and doesn't have the damage output that a grown person would have, like Harry or James. Heather's a teenager in Silent Hill 3, so when she hits enemies, she hits weaker, and that definitely plays to a disadvantage for me. What else? We do have the Final Fantasy series, Final Fantasy VI, Final Fantasy Mystic Quest, that we kind of started but we didn't finish. So a lot of different mixed content that we got to get through and try and decide in what order we're going to do all of this. But that being said, we're going to go ahead and end the stream. Let's see who might be on for us to raid. Okay. Yep, I see exactly who we should raid. I don't know that this person has played Resident Evil, or not Resident Evil 2, but Silent Hill 2. But we're gonna go say hi. This is a far cry from this type of stream. We're gonna go from Silent Hill 2 to Metroid Prime 2. But very fun person. Absolutely wonderful, welcoming, and especially after seeing our run here today, I think that this is absolutely appropriate for us to raid into. let's go say hi to Jazzy. Thank you so much, Mino, for being here and for being your amazing self. Thank you as well to Randall for joining us. For everyone who's been lurking, I really appreciate you. Scott, I know that you are at your show and what have you, but if you watch this VOD, I also want to say thank you so much for hanging out with us. I really appreciate you. And I really appreciate just everyone, choosing to spend some of their time to hang out with me. I really appreciate you. Unfortunately, there is no raid call. That's something I'm gonna have to add at some point or other. But we do want to make sure that we say hi to Jazzy and friends and what have you. Thank you all so much for being here, for joining me on this adventure. I really appreciate you, and I hope you have yourselves a happy time zone. Mino, happy birthday. Have a great one, okay? Bye, y'all.